see what we got here. Testing, testing, testing. Let's see the chats. Let me see. Yo, what's up, Nate? What's going on? What's up, Rav? What's up, Omega? What's up, Search? Axiom, what's going on? Yep, just in time. Nexion, what's up? Said, so let's see. So are any of you guys working on comics or anything like that, or just fans of comics? Good question. Good question. So I'm working on a script for a one shot. How about you? Derpy, Landon, Kami, Neo. It said, welcome in everyone. I'll be lurking, coming on my comic. And let's see, right now I'm just a comic fan. So, and some random dude says, nice, I'm working on my comic, finding an artist for a comic. I have finished everything else and need to get logo and character designs and all good. And if there's a way I can view it, I love to see lit. Yo, what's up, Chris? What's going on? Say that I've been on the artist hunt all day. I already told you where you can go to. I already told you where you can get your artists. You can look for your artists. I got your Bit from Fiverr. You can start from there. Unless you trying to find an artist without paying anything, then yeah, the hunt gonna be extra hard. He's ahead. That's Dr. B from Tekken. There we go. All right, let's see what we got here. So, hello, Mugalore. I'm struggling to find inspiration for a topic to write about. I tried writing fanfics, which were easy, but coming up with something original is really hard. Did you watch my video that I talked about where you can come up with some ideas to write a story? If you haven't, I'll just point you in the right direction. As I mentioned before, bring all the questions, guys. If you got questions, you can ask me whatever. This is a Venus and Ryan comic stream, so try to keep it more so to the comics. But I mean, you can ask me anything outside of comics, but this is more so for my Venus and Ryan comics audience here, who just wanted to really get into, you know, comics, manga, and story creation. Not even just comics. If you're a creator in general, so for creators, this is more so a creator stream, just like people who want to create or are interested in hearing what other people are creating and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll point you in the right direction, Nick, so you can at least you know, figure out what you want to do. This one right here, this video, I'll post a link, and I want you go check it out on your free time, or whenever you have the opportunity to go check it out. You can go check this out. This is where I talk about where you can get ideas, and I've mentioned before that when it comes to how I started out, most of everything that I came up with was creations. Like a lot of things that I started out with was creations that I thought of as a kid. And even back in 5th grade, where I actually started thinking about Venus and Orion and stuff like that. And once I became a grown man and everything, I just went back and dug in and got those ideas and then remade them and, you know, and updated them and stuff like that. But as I mentioned before, when it came to Varion Keller's Vampire Killers, and I'm gonna bring this up right now just to get the gears grinding for you guys, those of you guys who are struggling to figure out, you know, where you should start as far as like creating a story and everything like that, story ideas. So let me put this up here for you. Bring this up, let that load. Yeah, so Varion Keller's Vampire Killers, man. When I first got this, when I first started and got the LLC for Venus and Ryan Comics in 2021, I got the LLC and still had not even made a script. I didn't even know how to do a comic script. I didn't even have a story for Varion Keller's Vampire Killers. I had nothing. I just got the LLC. I just took that leap of faith. And because I took that leap of faith, me getting that LLC pretty much made me hold myself accountable. If I don't get anything done, then I just wasted money. You know what I'm saying? But all I had was characters. These characters right here from Varion Keller's Vampire Killers. If you haven't read the comic yet, I suggest you go, you know, give it a try. You know, you can go to my website, where I'll show you all that stuff in a second. You can get digital or physical, and we'll talk about that in a second. But these characters right here, Varian Keller himself is in the middle, of course, and you have the Draven brothers, which you see Hezekiah Draven, the oldest brother with the goggles. Then the one with the green is the middle brother, Isaiah Draven, and then you also right here the baby brother, Caleb Draven. Now, here's a fun fact for some of you guys who don't know. As I said before, this goes right into your question as far as ideas and everything like that. When I had Shabibit, my main artist who I met on Fiverr, all she did was draw the characters. That's all she did was draw the characters from me, right? But the problem was, once I got the characters, they were just characters. I had no idea for a story or anything. They just had names. And I wouldn't even say names. The only one that had a name was Varian. The brothers, all they had was alias. Hezekiah was Young Rav. And Isaiah, the middle brother, was Keo, and then Strike is the baby brother, Caleb. All they had was Young Rav, Keo, and Strike. I didn't even have actual names for these characters. They were just blank slates. And I struggled was because how can I come up with a story of characters I don't even fucking know? They're just characters. They just have their characters with weapons and costumes on. But it was hard for me to draw something from them. Like, to bring something out of them, to formulate a story, because I had nothing for them. I didn't have nothing to draw from. So all I did, Jackson, and this is where I advise you, and I mentioned this in my video that you can check out, and those of you guys who are also here and for the first time. So this is what helped me, and I mentioned this in the video. If all else fell and you can't come up with anything, and this is another thing I want to tell you guys. I'm going to repeat this because I never get tired when I'm trying to teach or trying to share information, to pass information to people. I don't mind repeating myself, because when I'm repeating it, it's drilling into your head and it's drilling into my head. So I don't mind repeating myself. So I repeat myself when it comes to this. Stop. We live in a world now where nothing is original anymore. They're just variations of ideas that already exist. They're just inspiration of ideas that already exist. It's just that the individual themselves take those ideas that they're inspired by and then just transform them and make them into their own. And I tell a lot of you writers, stop trying to think that your first writing is got to be something epic, like Lord of the Rings, or now One Piece and stuff like that. Those stories, especially One Piece and all your favorite mangas and everything like that, a lot of those stories didn't start off excellent or awesome. They grew into it. They eventually transformed and become something much bigger than what they are, and how they shape pop culture history and just around the world. But they didn't start off just epic automatically. So get out of your head thinking that your story has to be 100% original. It has to be epic. It's your first story. There's no way in the world you're going to nail your first story that way. Because if you have that mindset, you're going to never get a story. You're never going to get anything done. You're never going to accomplish anything. But back to my point. So the next thing you need to do, if you can't come up with a story idea, you dig from your personal experiences. Your personal experience can help draw these things out to come up with some ideas for a story. So what I did was, I live in Philadelphia. That's where I live. So I was like, all right, I'll just have these characters live in Philadelphia and this is before the transformation into Neo-Delphia. Neo-Delphia didn't come yet. It's just Philadelphia. So, okay. I look at my life and I'm saying, like, what was Philadelphia like? Because I still live in Philadelphia. I live in South Philly. What is Philadelphia like? And how would these guys fit, these vampire hunters fit inside Philadelphia? And that's what get the gears grinding, get the gears turning and stuff like that, right? Now, here's another thing about personal experiences. During the time that I worked on Varian Keller's Vampire Killers, or start getting the gears grinding for Varian Keller's Vampire Killers in 2020, we were locked in the house. It was COVID. It was lockdown. And you had these lockdown restrictions. You go outside, there's hardly people outside. If you are outside, you gotta have a mask on. There's penalties. You can't go certain places and stuff. Big Brother was watching. You get what I'm saying? So I took COVID and that experience, and then that's when I thought about Neo-Delphia. I came up with Neo-Delphia. I turned Philadelphia into a dystopian city. or in a more advanced dystopian city. So this is where it start coming in. This is where I start drawing. This is where the ideas start coming in. Now, how would this dystopian city affect Hezekiah, Varian, Keo, and Strike, or Isaiah and Caleb? How would it affect them? And that's where everything started working. Now I'm coming up with different corporations, industries, and when I gave it Neo-Delphia, I started saying to myself, why is it called Neo-Delphia? And that's when I came up with Neo Industries. That is a corporation that owns this in cooperation with the Guardian state government. And the reason why I came with the Guardian state government, the Guardian protects you. So in this dystopian city, it's all in the pursuit of protection. But in order for this city to protect, or this government to protect, you also have to trade in your civil liberties, your freedoms, and stuff like that. And then the gears to start turning from there. So do that. Dig into your personal life, and then just go for what other works of art or things that you love, like favorite anime or favorite whatever, and look at those things that inspire you. And then you just break off from there and mesh it together, and then create your own thing. And there you go. Let's see. So if you write fanfic, you're halfway there. Just build from that. Originality will come to you naturally. Exactly. Me, like I mentioned before, I'm not really into fanfic, and like I said before, when it comes to fanfic, the reason why I don't like fanfic is because, for one, if the fanfic is actually fucking awesome, it's not canon. It doesn't go anywhere. And then if those creators of that series that you're doing a fanfic of, they can take that from you if they want to. If it's that great, that good, they can take it and do whatever they want and profit from it. And you can't get shit from it. And if they want to be assholes, if they can come out and sue you if they want to, they'll find some loophole to sue you or whatever like that. If it becomes popular, if it becomes something bigger than the actual IP itself. And then if it is good, right, then that's just wasted talent. That's just talent wasted on somebody else's shit, when you can be using that talent to create your own original story based off of the things that you learned from writing fan fiction. So that's why I don't even waste my time or invest in anything fanfic. And it's no disrespect to people who does fanfic. It's just a waste of time to me. It's just a waste of time. It's just a waste of time. Now it will sharpen your skills. Don't get me wrong. It will sharpen your skills, when it comes to writing, coming up with stories and transforming characters and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that. But for me, I don't waste my time with it. No problem, Jackson. No problem. From Landon, it says, my original story I made in my creative writing class is inspired by a movie, A Bronx Tale, except the romance is about a black high school student being in love with an Italian girl. Okay. And then Varian Keller is a good ass name, by the way, and that's coming from someone who loves coming up with fancy names. And here's the thing. That's my dad came up with that name on the spot. He just came up with it. Back in 2000, it was back in 2005, because Varian Keller Vampire Killers was supposed to be a live action web series on YouTube back when YouTube just started or whatever. And from a photo shoot of me wearing goth clothes and stuff like that, and our friends, we was doing like a photo shoot and stuff like that, and with my brother and stuff like that. My dad looked at those images and said, "Yo, like urban vampire hunters and stuff like that." And he said, "I know." He said, "VK." I like VK. Yeah, Varian Keller's Vampire Killers. And then it just stuck. And then I was like, "Oh shit!" It just stuck. And then we were supposed to do a live action, but I was in college at the time. I just went to college at that time back in 2005, and I went to Mansfield University, so I wasn't even in Philly. So it was kind of hard to do it and stuff like that because of me constantly being on campus and away from home and stuff. And then when COVID happened, it just made me go back to those things and think about those things, and then just took it to a whole nother level. But yeah, and the reason why my dad has come up with these ideas for names, because my dad was also wrote stories himself back when he was a teenager, and he wanted to work for Marvel Comics or DC Comics, but mostly Marvel. So he used to draw his own original characters, and he used to put his characters fighting Doctor Doom, joining forces with the X-Men and stuff like that. And he was working really hard to try to get picked up as an artist for Marvel Comics and everything. So he had an imagination. I got that from my father. Like, that's where all my imagination come from. So the story had a slice of life, drama, and racial tension. I thought of making a completed story. I mean, go for it, man. So did you get your vivid reference for character designs? Like you draw it, or you use AI references? Yeah. Oh, good questions. Good questions. When I Chibibit, what I would do at first before I start, it's just this year I started using AI references. But before that, it was difficult because I'm not an artist. So it's difficult trying to explain shit to her, and as I'm explaining it, she's trying to figure out what the fuck I'm talking about. So I used to go to Google Images and just grab things that matches what I'm trying to say, and then I take a sheet in Photoshop and take those images of like clothing or a particular character or something like that, and put it all on the sheet, and then I put a description next to it. This is what I'm looking for. And then she say, okay, but dude, that used to take me all day just for one character. Because when I go to Google Images, or if I'm looking for something, it's hard to find exactly what you're looking for, especially if you can't describe it or describe that type of thing, or like item or weapon or outfit or whatever like that. It takes forever to combing the internet looking for what you're trying to explain to the artist. So we did that from 2020 to all the way to 2025, to all the way up to like January or February 2026. I was doing that, right? And sometimes I get my little brother DX. He's a cartoonist. He draws like an American cartoon style. So I would get my little brother to do little sheets, cartoonish sheets, and I'll show you. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun. I'll show you. I'm not gonna show you everything because I'm saving a lot of this for Patreon, and it's for my people. That's for my patrons. They get to see that stuff. But I'll show you one image to give you a perfect example of my my brother DX. Here we go. Give you a perfect example. This is how, and then we would transform it. So my little brother, he drew Adaptima. This was Adaptima. This was a sketch of, this was the reference. He made, like, I told him what I wanted, and he did a reference, and I give this to Jessica, to Bibbit. I give this image to her. So you get a chance to see, this is what Adaptima, and then if you see what Adaptima looks like afterwards, so you got a chance to see an exclusive of some of this stuff, but most of this is saved. I'm saving this, I'm uploading this stuff on Patreon, but so you guys can understand, for those of you trying to understand how this all work. So then once Jessica Chabibit, then this is what happens. She transforms my little brother's image, and then she does it. So that's the two styles we did. I would either use Google Images to find pictures that fits what I'm looking for, put it on a sheet in Photoshop, and then put descriptions beside them and send it to her. Or I would have my little brother draw his stuff, draw it for me in his style, cartoon style, and then I would send it to Jessica. And that's how you got Adaptima. That's how you get this. This is how you get Adaptima. So I'll show you another reference that my brother strike. Let me I can't show you some characters. I can't show you because they're not even made yet. But I got a bunch of characters that my little brother did for me. A bunch of them. I got a bunch of them, guys. They just haven't. Chabibi haven't made them and haven't drew them in her style yet. Let me see a character that you guys already know that I can show. I don't want to show that either. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. Let me bring this up. There we go. So then we have. Let me show the concept. Was it the final? It was the concept. Oh, wrong folder. Here we go. Concepts. And then here was Viper, right? We have here was Viper. And then once she got done, I'll show you the final. Then we give it the Chibibit. And then bam, there she is. That's how you do it. And that's how she turns out. So yes, that's what we essentially do. So then after that, I start using AI references. It's so much easier. AI references is so. That's what I said. I don't knock AI, because now I'm not sitting up there for hours, or I'm sitting there trying to explain what the fuck I'm trying to explain, and I can't even explain it and shit like that. Spending all day looking for images and stuff like that. Now with ChatGPT, I like, yo, this, that, and the third. This character wears this, that, and the third. This character got these color eyes. This, that, and the third. This is what I'm looking for. And then what she does is she looks at that as a reference, and then she goes on with her own twist. And it works that way. So I hope that answers that. Writer and into film myself. Just discover your work via a top 100 list. Really? So writer and into my just discover your work via a top 100 list. Top 100 list of what? That's interesting. So for me, I showed an artist I work with my drawings for reference or characters that look similar. A lot of artists ain't going to be crazy about AI refs. Well, that's their problem. My Chibibit don't care about AI references. What's the fucking like? It's they're about to they're going to end up drawing it their way anyway. That's just a starting point. For me, I showed an artist I work with. You posted a motion comic for your chapter 1 reveal. Correct me if I'm wrong. This may be a silly question, but do you plan on getting an animator and create animated shorts in full motion? Well, no, it's not a silly question at all. Like, this is actually a good fucking question, because a lot of you guys asked me this question, and now a lot of you guys are new, and y'all asking me the same exact question. So nothing here is silly. That's a good question. All right, so for those of you guys who didn't see the trailer, I want to show the trailer first, and then we'll get right into that, answering that question, because that's actually a good question, because this is something that a lot of you guys want. I want it too. But yeah, hold on. Give me a second, guys. I got it. Got all these. There we go. Trailers. All right, because I'm getting new subscribers every day, and I feel blessed. Thank you guys and everything. All right, so let me put this up. And I did 2 versions of the same trailer. I did my cut, and then she did her cut. Chibibit did this trailer. So we'll start with this trailer.
Hey, Wrath. I was able to pinpoint Jasmine Mitchell's location.
Remember the pain, and remember the suffering.
What do you mean they're coming after me? I don't get it. How did they find out?
Everyone around you will pay the ultimate price.
I think someone just walked into my apartment.
Jasmine, get the hell out of there right now.
What are you?
Damn it, kid, I'm on my way. High-grade silver nitrate bullets. Something your kind doesn't take lightly. Well, am I right, vampire?
What is going
Kid,
on
did
here?
you forget? The party was canceled to avoid a potential police raid. Your friend should already know that.
No fucking way. Is he even human?
You're doing?
Jasmine, step away from the window right now!
Damn it! Looks like the police are headed in your direction.
No! Wait! Jasmine!
Only then will you become the man I remember. Hezekiah tripping.
Yeah, so then I got one more thing. I'll show you one more thing, because I did my version of the trailer as well, and I'll show you that, and then I'll answer the question. All right, so then this was my version of the trailer.
Remember the pain and remember the suffering.
He just tried to kill me, and now his severed head is on my floor.
Jasmine, get the hell out of there right now.
Well, am I right, vampire? Damn it! Looks like the police are headed in your direction.
Everyone around you will pay the ultimate price. Only then will you become the man I remember. Hezekiah tripping.
Yeah, so that was my cut of the the trailer. So to answer your question, let me see, where was it? Yeah, here we go. So to answer your question, I'm Cajun. Yes, I would love to do animated version of chapter 1, but here's the thing: it costs fucking money. I'm not sure if you watched the video where I talked about which I'll bring it up here. And I also advise you guys to check this out as well if you have it already. Let me see. It was it was this one right here. So let me go back to this. This video right here, the truth about making a living off of comics. Right? I'll put this link here if you're interested in wanting to know, but to summarize, put the link here. Yeah, so here's the thing about animation. Animation is expensive as fuck, and you can't monetize it. You can't make money off of animation, because how can you? You're just watching it on a platform or whatever. The only way you can make money off of animation, or if you're a comic book writer or whatever like that, in order to make money off of animation, is through external sources like merchandise, DVD sales, and things like that. So if I was to do an animated version of chapter 1, I would have to crowdfund that, because there's no way in the world I'll be able to afford that. Because that 5-second animation of Hezekiah that you saw at the end of that trailer, that cost me $800. Only for not even 5 seconds, my fault, like 2 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds. That 3-second cost me $800. Now imagine doing a 20-minute or whatever. That's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's no way. There's no way. I would have to crowdfund that. Now, if I do a motion comic, I can do that, like how you saw the panels move. I hire voice actors. It's still expensive. It will cost me a couple $1,000s to do. And the only way for me to make money off of that, you guys will have to purchase it from my website, or you'll be able to get access to it from my Patreon. That's the only way I would do something like that, because I have to make money off of that, because I'm spending thousands out my own pocket to make something like that. So I have to make some money back off of that. It's very expensive. So yes, I would love to do something like that. I would have to either get it crowdfunded, or as I said before, if I do it, I have to make some money off of it. That's the only way. Do merchandise, you can buy it, then I'll have it. You'll be able to purchase it from my website, or you'll be able to subscribe to my Patreon that have access to the film. But the only problem with that is everybody like the pirate shit, because you may not pirate it, but somebody will purchase it, right? And then it will upload it on the internet for everybody else to watch. They'll put it up on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people are advocates for piracy. And it ends up hurting people like me. So that's another reason why I'm scared to do it, because I want to make money to get my money back and have some type of return off of it and monetize it. But I'm also afraid that if I put it up, it's going to be somebody. Somebody is going to take that file and then put it up on the internet for everybody else to watch. And then it hurts me in the end. And then I don't want to do it because I just spent all that money and now people just watching it for free. And I gain nothing from it. Then I got DMC. I got to spend most of the time DMCAing. And then, of course, you're going to have a section of the internet getting mad because the creators DMCAing. They're, because I purchased it, so I should better do what I want. Then I got to deal with that crowd. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot to think about. It's a lot to think about. It's funny that the title of your comic is actually named after a song from Castlevania. Because the song is called Castlevania Vampire Killer, and also it's called Vampire Killer, and also the Castlevania is called Vampire Killer, and also named the whip the Belmont uses. Well, it's not really called Vampire Killer. It's called Varion Keller's Vampire Killers. I don't mind people getting the title wrong because everybody keep calling it Vampire Killers, and I understand why people call it Vampire Killers because Vampire Killers is at the top. But no, Varion's. I don't care how y'all say it; it doesn't matter to me. A lot of people just say Vampire Killers, but people say the whole name. It's actually Varion Keller's Vampire Killers. I guess we trying to be like clever with the name and how we title and stuff, but no, it's Varion Keller's Vampire Killers. Because the Draven brothers are Varion Keller's Vampire Killers. Is a two meaning to it. VK means Vampire Killers, but VK also means Varion Keller. So the Draven brothers are Varion Keller's Vampire Killers. They are his Vampire Killers. So that's the point of the title or whatever. What's up, Cole? What's going on? He said, I used to draw when I was in elementary and middle school. Yeah, I used to draw stick figures and stuff. I used to make my own comics in 5th grade. It was called Heroes of Today and Tomorrow. I used to staple together line paper and then used to draw my own panels with stick figures and circles and shapes and stuff like that. It was fun. I used to want to have my own comic series one day. And it's never too late. It's never too late. I'll be 40 next year. It's never too late. Y'all young as shit. It's never too late. It's not too late for me either. But I'm telling you, right, I'm 40. A lot of you motherfuckers are younger than me. A lot of you are. So it's never too late. You got a lot of time. But don't take that time for granted. Before you snap your finger or blink your eye, you'll be up here where I'm at, 40 years old. They live in a world of remix. So this is pretty much Castlevania inspired comic. I want to say Castlevania because I'm not really into Castlevania. I mean, I know the series because I grew up with it, but Castlevania is not the inspiration for Varion Colors. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if they would be mad about it, but there are no references for how I want them to look like this video. Thanks, Vernon. Other than that, it looks good. It should be illegal to have a father as cool as your dad. Thanks, bro. So it's pretty much a Castlevania X Blade crossover. Blade was everybody sees the Blade inspiration because of Hezekiah, and that's partly true. But the inspiration for how he looks is a mixture of Blade and that era. You gotta understand that the Hot Topic era and Evanescence, Linkin Park, all that, when you see Hezekiah, is inspired by that. Cool. Oh, what's up, LG? What's going on? How do you like having LeBron now? I'm not a sports guy. I don't really care too much for LeBron. said setbacks, but I am continuing to work on my comic. Cool, Vernon. Said, okay, thanks. That helps a lot, but I suck at drawing. I don't want to offend artists with AI picks, even though I felt it was easier. That you gotta see where their heads are at. Because, like, let me tell you something. What I found so stupid is you get upset about the AI references, right? A lot of these artists are broke and poor. The last thing you should be fucking mad about is if somebody's coming to you to pay you and they're using AI references so you can draw their characters. They're paying you, and you're willing to get upset and not make money. I don't understand people. Some people block their own progression in life because they want to show how morally superior or how ethically superior they are, and it's fucking stupid. When it comes to certain situations, you're willing to not eat. And that's a perfect example when I was hiring voice actors for the first trailer that you saw for Variant Colors Vampire Killers. I had a hard time finding voice actors because they would look at my YouTube channel, my Mugen Lord YouTube channel, or they don't like my views on certain topics, like or my political beliefs and stuff like that. So they're willing to not wanting to get paid or not even work with me because of they may disagree of how I view life and how I view society and stuff like that. So they'll rather not get paid. But then they'll turn me down, but they go on social media begging for work when you just had work, right? You like I'm willing to pay you. So there's a lot of people that stump their own growth because they want to go on social media to prove how moral or how morally superior they are, and it's fucking stupid. So I'm an artist, and I said AI references because I don't see the harm. Like it's a reference. I like I said, sometimes people do too much, and if you're a person that's doing too much, you got to stop that, because if you aren't making any progress in your life, you really need to sit back and start reevaluating yourself to make sure that you're not the one that's holding yourself back. Because a lot of people blame other things why they not at where they're at in their life, or why they haven't achieved anything, and don't look at maybe that they're the reason why they're not achieving anything. You said there was some list from Godhood, I believe. I know through him I learned there were a lot of black comics. Oh man, that's awesome, Karma. That is fucking awesome, man. I'm happy to have you here. Say, yeah, it should be an issue. I agree with you, bro. But trust me, I learned the hard way about it. Oh yeah, you're gonna learn the hard way. But like I said, I had Chabibit. Like, she's my only artist, and me and her been working together since 2020. Like, that woman has been great to me, and I've been great to her. So we like thick as thieves, you know what I'm saying? So that's why it's not an issue. Like I said, I still have to find other artists, because like I said, she can't do every comic series. She's one person. That's impossible. She can't do every series. So I still have to find other artists, and hopefully I can establish that same relationship that I established with Jessica. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. He said, Simon, can I view your drawings and currently looking how all booked up for now? If Eking Chapter 1 gets an audio version, will there be new VAs? It depends if they're available. No. Like the ones that I casted for the characters, they are the official voice. I got their emails, their Discords, and way to contact them. So I'll have the same voices. What I will also have is backup voices, just in case something happened with that voice actor, they couldn't do it, or they disappear off the map, or they get sick. Then I have a backup. I will get backup artists, voice actors, for situations like that. But the goal is I want to keep consistency in my universe, even with the voice acting. I want my universe to feel real and authentic, even down to the voice acting. I wanted to stay consistent. That's why when I do the other comic series, there will be one artist for each comic series, and they are the official artist. There's no other artist for that series. Only that artist is that artist. So you don't have to ever worry about every chapter if there's a different artist for that series. No, that one artist is that official artist. So essentially that artist got a job pretty much. So any new material that's required for whatever series and stuff like that, that artist have a job. Also, you better be the voice. Yeah, well, I'm voicing Hezekiah for chapter 2 trailer. And I voiced the lines for chapter 1. And I'm gonna have Jessica's gonna re-put the audio in with my voice as Hezekiah. But the person that does Hezekiah voice, he has another role, and it's an important role. It's a vampire role because he sounds like a vampire. He has a good vampire voice. So he has an important vampire role. So all I did was pull him from one main role and give him another main role. So he's going to be moving to another role. Wait, when you get copyrighted using your version of the trailer is like how. Yeah, well, I just used it for the trailer. I'm not profiting off of it. You can use it for a trailer and stuff. If it get copyrighted, you get copyrighted. I'm not monetizing it. I'm not monetizing that at all. So if they want to copyright it, they can copyright it. So your version of Charles has that Tanami promo vibe. Oh, thanks. Selling DVD, multimillionaire, makes sense. And it's called Vampire Killer. Okay. Yo, what's up, May? That stupid response to DM say you don't purchase an owl and then start selling and giving away free copies. I mean, people do, but still is illegal and immoral. Question: have you thought of using characters in a D&D game? Well, I like this question. It was something I never thought about, but because of my universe, a lot of you guys and a lot of people that I was talking to personally was saying like, "Yo, dude, your universe can be a tabletop RPG," and I never thought about that. Because of how I set my universe up. You still haven't seen the cosmic sector. You haven't seen the cosmic side of my universe yet. I got a cosmic world map. I already have, you know how Toriyama has the Dragon Ball universe, like how where the Kais are at and stuff like that. I got a whole map that's like that. I can't tell you, I can't show it to you. You have to wait and see when it's time to show that stuff. But you're able to see the whole map, like how the universe is. I got that map done already. You just can't see it yet because we haven't gotten, there's a comic series that's going to explore that stuff. So I can't show you that stuff yet because I want you to explore those things in the comics and read that stuff or whatever. So I can't spoil everything. And that's the thing about when you do start a comic book company or when you do start doing your own stuff, some things you have to hold back. Because you want people to be invested in interest. If you just blow your load at one time, you run through all your stuff, then after that, you have nothing else to show, especially when the stuff is not even coming out anytime soon. So you have to, it's like running your own company. Like one day, that's why I can't wait to be for Venus Orion Comics to become something big, because then I'll be able to do Venus Orion comic directs where I can start, doing like how you got Nintendo directs and stuff. I can start doing directs where I can start talking about what series is coming out and what's in the works. And if you can, when this campaign is coming and, who's the voice actor for this character, or check out this upcoming series and stuff. I want to do all that shit, man. This is the shit that I dreamed of. I was dreaming of this shit since I was a kid. And now I'm actually finally fucking living it. And I'm getting closer and closer to it. So, yeah. So there's a lot of things that I have that I just can't show you yet. Because, right, it's all about the timing. It's all about the timing and when this stuff is supposed to be showing, especially when it comes to marketing. If I do have a project coming, then the perfect time to show what I want to show to you will be around this time and stuff like that. As far as characters, as far as other series that I have in mind, it's just it's frustrating because I really want to open up to you guys and share this stuff, but you have to wait. This stuff costs money. Let's see. The whole thing, like a Tribe Called Quest, bro. You 40? No freaking way. You must be a vampire. Everybody I know calls me a vampire. Yeah, I'll be 40 next year. My daughter's 8. I got an 18-year-old daughter, so she'll be 18 next year. The 2000s, the early 2000s. Yup, correct. Some people want to hire artists to stop using AI. Evanescence, bro. We are about to get VK anime. Yeah. Like I said, VK's inspired by the 2000s era of metal. But there's gonna be rap. I'm gonna have hip hop and I'm gonna have rap. I'm gonna have rock. I'm gonna have metal and stuff in VK as far as music is concerned. When somebody already approached me and said they want to do music for me, and I do want to do a soundtrack for VK, like a 10-track soundtrack of to fit that VK vibe and stuff. And maybe I can have that as a campaign, or you can buy it from the website and stuff like that. So I somebody approached me about that. So when I'm ready, when we start working things out and when I'm ready, expect something like that. But yes, the way Hezekiah dressed, let me go bring this up. And that's why I say check out my Patreon, which I'll show you that stuff again. You'll get all that detail. And there's a lot of stuff that you'll get, fun facts about certain things and designs and things like that. But the early 2000s is the inspiration for Varian Keller's Vampire Killers. The early 2000s, that's the inspiration for Varian Keller's Vampire Killers. And that's the type of vibe you're going to get if I was to ever one day ever become an anime. That's what you're going to get as far as like that vibe or whatever like that. But Hezekiah's design was inspired by Hot Topic, because like I said, I went to Google Images and there's a jacket that's similar to this, and it's at they used to have it in Hot Topic in the early 2000s. And like I said, I was inspired by, System of a Down, you got Coheed and Cambria, you got Yellow Card, Evanescence, Linkin Park. Hezekiah embodies that, and Blade. He embodies that. So it's not just Blade. He embodies that era of the 2000s, and that's what I was going for Hezekiah. So that's the type of vibe I would love to do. When it comes, if one day it ever becomes an anime, I wanted to have that early 2000s vibe to it, as far as the sound is concerned, like the music and things like that. Yes, yeah, social media ain't paying their bills. So would you ever do a crossover with other indie artists if they had a tight world building power scaling? I wouldn't mind crossovers. I don't have that's way to bring people over to my universe and stuff like that. Crossovers, I don't mind at all. You know what I'm saying? I do not mind crossovers and everything. And plus, I will be on board with it, to make sure everything is cool with my character and how the character is portrayed and stuff like that. But I wouldn't mind doing crossovers. Good question. AI as a tool is not worst thing ever, like AI haters. Yeah, AI. Using ChatGPT is no different than sitting in a room with your best friend and your best friend is bouncing ideas off of you. What ChatGPT does and stuff like that, as far as like especially writing and everything, AI can't just create shit on its own. It has to take something that you give it. And when you're coming up with ideas and stuff like that, it's a good assistant because it can only take what you have given it and bounce it back to you. And suggest things. That's all it can do, based off of what you have given it, because it can't pull it from anywhere else, but what you gave it. He said, "I'm still hungry for Ninja Gaiden." He said, "I built the comic universe and I use AI for references. Something I was doing to get it out of my head. Thought about motion comic videos using said references." Do it works. Do it works, because we live in an era where there's so much technology, there's so many resources. There's no excuse why you can't attempt anything. There's no excuse. You can't. And this is advice I also want to give you guys. When you do have an idea, if the first thing you come to your mind, if the first words that come to your mind is, "But what if?" then you're already trying to convince yourself that it's not going to work. You're already trying to convince yourself that it's no use. You have to get that out your head. You have to get out your head. there's one thing my college bro and his wife said to me. It was his fiance at the time while I was in college. He said to me, it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. Because a lot of things that hold people back is that they get afraid if they get in trouble, or they get afraid if they get caught up in something and stuff like that. And then they don't even pursue it because they're afraid of those things. And you're pretty much you're pretty much stressing out over something that never happened. You're making up a reality that didn't come to be. So you're basing all your actions off of something that didn't happen. And then that's what stops you from doing it. No, go out there and take that chance. And you'll be surprised what you come up with. And what will happen. Yo, what's up, Ruin? CBS. So having an AI help me with my vision did great for me. Yup. So agreed. Having one voice actor for a character in the franchise makes it. Yup. And that's how I want to do it. Yo, we should get Peter Cullen narrated of Tanami doing the Improv VK. That would be awesome. So do I have a whole cosmic universe with 3 main galaxy in it? So do I. Okay, I got what you're saying. If you voice young Rab, you should talk differently with different inflections. Maybe you do a bit more training from the comic. It seems like Hezekiah speaks proper. Yeah. I like how you're able to pick up those things when you read the character and stuff like that. And plus, that's why I love indie, because it's indie. I can practice. Like, the best thing about indie compared to like Shonen Jump or Marvel and Shonen Jump can't afford to make mistakes out the gate because they are big. They are big. They are big, so they can't afford to make a bunch of mistakes. But with indie, you're learning as you go, and you can see the improvement. So yes, me voicing Hezekiah is another way for me to get better at voice acting and stuff like that, and improve my technique with voice acting as the comic series and the series progresses on its own. So it's gonna be fun. And as you guys read these comics, you're gonna also see Chibibit herself as an artist evolve and get better and better. Because from 2020 to now, it's a massive difference. If you want to see that massive difference, you can go to my Patreon. We'll go over that stuff in a second. So I'm a professor, GM. I said, though, I'm not a game designer. I would love to roll dice with this world. Yeah, because in my universe, like I said, I got different classifications of people. I got different races. Wait till you read the Dice Star champion Siona. The planet Dystar got 7 races. Just that planet alone got 7 different races. And then we didn't get into the cosmic aspect. Well, I'm not talking with my regular, but I already did some voice. I already started voicing for Hezekiah. I like, this is just my conversation voice. Like, I'm gonna be, how do I say it? I'm not gonna be using my conversation voice when voicing Hezekiah and stuff. He has a low voice, of course. Very calculative, and methodical as well. So I already had that in mind of, how he would sound and how I should have my voice, and I'm just gonna keep practicing, getting better and better at it and stuff like that. But how you hear me talking, how fast I speak, because that's how I speak, and this is how I'm just talking to you guys casually and stuff. Voice acting is another beast. It's just not me just talking into a mic. No, there's things that I have to feel that character and stuff like that. In essence, that's so old. I think I remember something like that. I'm old. Daredevil movie my dad watched. Vampires absorb memories and powers. Ooh, I cannot talk, like, bro. Let's just move away from that. This bro is scratching stuff that he shouldn't be scratching. What about like to be hero when it comes to animation, where it can be sometimes 2D and 3D? Well, if it works, I don't see a problem. You said if this definitely become an anime, are crossovers canon or not? I kind of wish Invincible did Spider-Man crossover. So are crossovers canon or not? Like crossovers in general, or VK like crossover, or Veins Around Comics crossovers. What's up, Kyubi? Great, but very generic. Yeah. So I'm watching San Diego. I'm watching San Diego Comic Con. Some cool stuff like Static Comic and a couple decent films like Resident Evil. So yo, what's up? You try? Nah, I'm not playing the beta because I'm already sold on the game. I'm just gonna wait till the game come out. Yeah, he said AI has helped assisted me on my writing. I write the rough draft chapter. It gives it back on panels, and I can edit into the final draft. Don't see anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So I don't have enough nostalgia for the early 2000s. I was a baby then. Damn, y'all motherfuckers make me sound old as shit. This random question, but it's Hezekiah a boob or a butt person? That's a good question. I mean, there's other categories. You just said boob and butt. I mean, there's a third category too. If you know what I'm talking about. So I think fear of failing happens, but have to keep trying. Are those things like doubt in your characters? They seem fearless. Oh, there is doubt. Hezekiah is a definition. Like I said, you haven't seen the rest. You have to wait to chapter 2. And oh my God, let me pull this up for a second because it brings back what I am talking about in a second too. Why does it do that? Oh, because there we go. Let me bring this up. So I just finished the script last night for The Great Samaritan. I'm not spoiling anything, so you have to wait. But I would say this: when you saying this, that your character seems fearless, don't allow these pictures to fool you, because you're going to be surprised when you start reading these stories, especially after I got finished. Justin Emmett, that's his name, Justin Emmett, the nation's avatar, the Great Samaritan. As I got finished this story, I was like, God damn! Like now when I look at him, I look at him completely different. I look at him completely different. I would say this: his occupation before he became the Great Samaritan, before he enlisted in this so-called war that led to him eventually becoming, I would say his occupation, he's a history school teacher, and he's also a football coach, because back in college he was a football player or whatever like that. But as I said before, you'll see. And the fact that I never thought about, like, man, I never had a character that's a school teacher, yet alone a history teacher. So yes, he's a high school history teacher / football coach at the Cardinal. He's the city he's from is called Cardinal Metropolis. The place that he's from is in Florida, the Freedom State of Florida. But after I got finished his story, man, my God, you look at him and then you read the story, you're like, damn. It's like I feel bad for this man, and he's stuck in a difficult position where he has to choose, and because of who he is, he chooses the right thing, and he puts others before himself. And that's the sad part about his character, is because he always put others before himself. And that's because that's how he's been raised by his mother and father and the things that he believes in. And he wants to see his nation, that he's the nation, the Freedom States of America as well, and his people. He's willing to put himself last and put his nation first because of what's going on around the world. Because in the Venus Orion Comics universe around about this time, as I said before, we got aberrants Ultra Squad X. We got vampires running around, which people still don't know exists. Some people know it exists. We damn sure know the government does know some things about it and stuff. We got a shadow war going on. We got this we have cyber edge technology, which you'll get into with Neo Suit Johnny and stuff. You got outworlders, you know, people that's not from Earth. They're from another dimension or another solar system, and they're immigrants that come here, and now Earth is their home. And you have all these powered beings, you have all these things, and the world itself has changed. And now every nation around the world is trying to create a deterrent. And the question asks, history spent so much time trying to perfect the weapon, but they never thought about perfecting the soldier, perfecting the individual. And what sparked that idea is what happens during this particular war, or during the Guardian Civil War that happened 100 years ago, which I won't spoil. You're going to get everything. The Great Samaritan is the foundation for America in my universe. He is the foundation for everything. So the first chapter, you're going to get a history lesson in the first chapter. The politics, everything. You're going to get everything in the first chapter, which is going to make you think differently going into other comic book series. But as I said before, now it's a race to who can create the perfect avatar. These individuals are avatars of their nations. They embody, they are the symbol. They embody the ideas of their nation. It's now, instead of using nuclear weapons, instead of using this advanced, you know, or weaponry as far as warfare, now you're using high-powered individuals known as avatars. But avatars themselves is also a two meaning, which I can't tell you what the second meaning is, because they are an avatar of something else, which Justin Emmett and even the government who came up with the Great Samaritan experiment didn't know when they did this. This experiment changes everything about Emmett himself that he never knew about himself. So he's an avatar for something else besides being an avatar for his nation. He's an avatar for something else. And I can't wait till you guys to find out. But it's so sad, is because when I written him, and as I started allowing, and remember when I was talking in my in one of my videos where I talk about how characters, they feel real is when you allow them to be themselves. So the more and more I was writing Justin and allow him to be himself and allow the story to naturally progress organically with his character, I started feeling more and more sorry for him. It's because the decision and the sacrifice that he's willing to make. And it's so sad. And going through this series, you're gonna be saying, like, bro, come on, like let's give this dude something. Like, give this dude something. Give him something. You know what I'm saying? And you'll see what I'm talking about once you start getting introduced to these characters in his comic and stuff. He said, sounds epic. Vampire Masquerade and Cyberpunk has tabletop games. Yep. Let's use saying certain terms in dialogue, and I think you can differentiate. Have a good night. Keep it good. Thanks, Vernon. He's not a fool like you. How about a hand person like serial killers? Depends. The crows can be canonized if they're referencing the main story. If not, those reference, sometimes they don't make it clear. So I'm really interested in your answer on this one. Outside of your possibility, your business failing, what is the greatest fear you have for your comic book company? That's a good question. That is a good question. No, I like this question, bro. I'm not afraid of it failing because just to make it clear, I'm not afraid of it failing. Is because no matter what, if it never reached the heights that it reached, which I'm not going to speak that into existence, I'm still going to be doing this because I enjoy it. And hold that thought. Somebody's calling me, and it's very important. I had to pick up this call. Do not go nowhere, guys. I just gotta answer this call. right, I'm back. I'm back. Let's see. Let's go back to these comments real quick. Oh, they're my 3D hentai characters. If you guys don't know, I'm a 3D hentai animator, so they are my characters. Yeah, you might have PTSD and Bucky. No, he won't have he won't have PTSD. He won't have that. He won't have. He won't have that. You'll see you'll see. There's other things. There's other things, but he won't have PTSD. Oh man, jeez, man, I can't wait. I'm already got moments in my head with Justin and his interactions with his family, his fiance. Oh man, this is gonna be crazy. I think it's crazy. Is it true that page 3 and 4 has to wow readers as it make or break it? Bro, I don't know. I don't follow the rules. I've never been the person that follow any rules. If you fuck with if it just depends on you as the individual. Even when I do read, I never thought, oh, it's the 4th page or it's the 3rd page to get me. No, I'll just read it. If I get to the end and I say, oh, this actually got me, you know. Thanks, Boba. I realize writing action gets trickier when big events can't exist in a vacuum without a thorough response by law enforcement. Comics eventually like that always needs good aspects. It reminds me of Rukia's brother from Bleach and Yasha brother Shishimaru. Both great fighters and calm, but lone wolf with folks around them. Yeah, Hezekiah Hezekiah is a lone wolf for a reason. You'll find out about his character. It's a reason why he's behaving the way he's behaving, and the reason why he moves the way he moves. You're going to find out. Like if you read chapter 1, you already know what his motivations are. Chapter 2, you're going to get some of what's going on in his head as he talks to himself. You start to get a little bit more of an idea of who he is. And as I said before, as the chapters progress, you're going to get more and more. There's going to be flashbacks because, as you know, right now in Very Colors Vampire Killers, it's the present time. So he's already a vampire. He's already a night hunter like his brothers. He's with the Retributes. So you already have him as in the middle of what's going on. But as you go through the chapters, you're going to get flashbacks. So you'll know certain things that happened, what drove them to this point, how he becomes a night hunter. You'll get those things throughout each chapter, with the character. So yeah, so stay peeled with that. I think there's a lot to tell there when it comes to his character. And I can't wait for you to meet the brothers. I can't wait to meet the Retributes in general. When you meet them, they're writing them and their interactions was fun to do, and how they bounce off of each other, their personalities and stuff. So I keep trying, but I'm just showing I'm very interested. Is it just me or a slight glitch on the screen? It's a slight glitch. So what glitch? Let me know. There's a flicker on your stream. Trying, not trying. No, there's no glitch on my screen. Let me check. Let me check the stream on the channel. No, I'm looking at the stream itself too. I don't see no glitch. And yeah, so I finished. Oh, okay. Yeah, I finished The Great Samaritan, chapter 1. It's going to be around 66 pages. Then, well, after you add the front cover and stuff like that to it, it's pretty much going to be 70 pages. So, oh man, it's going to be prepared. Be prepared to get hit with a lot of knowledge. for America and its politics and stuff, in the Great Samaritan. I can't wait for you guys to get what started. You're also going to find out just what started the Civil War, and then we'll get into it as you progress through this comic. You'll start to know more and more about the Guardian Civil War. VK Chapter 2, Hezekiah mentions the Civil War for certain for a purpose. You'll find out why he mentions the Civil War, and stuff like that. But here you'll find out why. You'll find out on the surface level why, and in each chapter or whenever, you'll get more and more reasons and more perspective of the war itself, and some of the major figures in the Guardian Civil War that took place 100 years ago. You get to find out who those characters were and stuff like that. So it's a whole lot there, and I can't wait till you guys dig deep into it. I really can't wait. Do you have model sheets of all your characters? I have like sketch sheets. Yeah, it's on my Patreon, and I didn't post all of them yet. So, but yeah, speaking of which, let's get back to this. Put this up here first. Yes, if you go to VenusOrionComics.com, I'll post a link here. You can go check it out. If you go to VenusOrionComics.com, you can check out the homepage. I also have we'll get to the shop and everything in a second. If you want to join my newsletter or my social media links, you can click these icons right here on the website itself. Where it says join our newsletter, if you click on it, where it says sign up, just put your email here and then hit subscribe. It's free. It costs you nothing. It's free. And I typically send out a newsletter at least like once or twice a month, depending on how much information I want to share with you guys, and everything. And you also will be provided a link to have access to the wallpapers you can download for your PC and your cell phone. So definitely check it out. You get updates on what's going on with Venus and Ryan Comics. I update you on the progress of VK Chapter 2. And of course, when other comic series come out, you'll get updates on that as well. I send out discounts codes for like merchandise at times, so you can just be on the lookout for that. Also, once Venus and Ryan Comics start to grow and establish like a really big audience, then when it comes to contests, because I'm about next week I believe is when I will do a video for the art contest. But for future contests in the future, in order for you to participate in it, you have to be at least a subscriber. You will have to be a subscriber to the newsletter. So these are people who wants to be a part of the community, involved in community, and also that is a gift. That is a bonus for being part of the community, because now you participate in these contests, you can win some cool stuff, you know. So let's see what we have here. Yeah. So if you go to the website and you highlight on Venus and Ryan Comics, the only comic series that's available for now is Very Iron Colors Vampire Killers. When more series start to release, there will be more. There will be a list. But for now, you can just hit Very Iron Colors Vampire Killers, take you to the Very Iron Colors Vampire Killers homepage, right here, and everything. Right here. Ugh. And you can be able to click buy now. You got the reviews and testimonials right here for Very Iron Colors Vampire Killers. And if you hit buy now, right here, you'll be able to go to the website. It'll go to the store right here. Let me put this right here for you guys, the link. And right here, you'll be able to check out the merchandise that I have uploaded on here. And as I said before, if you guys really want to if you guys really want to see like motion comics or you want to see like animations, shorts and stuff like that, and you want to see these comics come out faster, at a faster rate, you don't understand. I say this, I'm gonna keep saying this time and time again. if you want to see these comics come out like faster than waiting for these comics to take a while, because like I said, I gotta pay this stuff out of my pocket, because my audience isn't at that level yet where my audience over time where I generate enough profits and money where that money is able to generate and make comics on its own without me ever having to put money into it. It's just, I'm just generating that much money where I'm able to just drop comics out left and right. But for now, I got to use my own funds to do this. But if you want to help and you want to see these comics come out faster, so we better get these books out, I'm able to hire more artists and stuff like that. Buying merchandise is the option. It really helps, and you'll understand how much it really helps to buy merchandise and stuff and everything. We got leggings for the ladies, we got sweatpants for everybody, we got wallets, we got tumblers, and we're gonna have other characters soon. We'll have Siona and stuff as more details for Siona and other characters from the Siona series come out, get announced and stuff. We'll start having more. We have to start having merchandise for that. Neo Suit Johnny and everything like that. Got the Venus and Ryan Comics hoodies. You got different options and stuff. The Variant Colors Vampire Killers performance hoodies and stuff. Got the shirts, and everything. The mugs. So you can definitely check that out if you're interested. And then you can buy the physical comic right here. It's $16 plus shipping for the physical. I know it can be kind of expensive for some people, but as I said before, because the printing costs and everything, I have to make some type of profit if with this and because of how ridiculous shipping is. Shipping has to be added on top of what it would cost, of the cost and stuff like that. So yes, but if you want to get the digital's only $5. It's cheaper than a Happy Meal, so you can be able to check that out when it comes to Venus and Ryan Comics and merchandise, and things like that. As I said before, let me go pull this up. Bring this up in a second. Oops. Let that load. And I'll switch to this real quick for you guys. Give me a second. Log in. Bring this up. All right. Here we go. Sign in right there. All right. Here we go. So, as I said before, what will really help more than anything besides getting merchandise and stuff is joining my Patreon. You don't understand, if I can get my Patreon to make about $500 or $800 a month, that is more than enough to be able to help get other comic series going and developed and stuff like that. But not only that, by supporting the Patreon, that money gets recycled back into Patreon, because I can also use that money to create fan service art, have hired Jabibit to do that stuff, and be able to have that for you guys, to be able to have access to those things and other little things that I want to do. But when you go to the Patreon, as I said before, you have your memberships. Your memberships are right here. You have the Venus and Ryan comic supporter. You get you get early previews of comic pages and panels, work in progresses, updates from current projects, sneak peeks from the Venus and Ryan Comics universe. Then you also get, for the $5 of story access, you get instant access to VK Chapter 1 digital. So if you don't buy the digital from the website, you can gain access that you can download the digital, but the Patreon version is password protected. So that's to stop people from, pirating, uploading it on other shit and stuff, because people do that shit. So you'll be able to get access to the digital comic of Chapter 1 of Variant Colors Vampire Killers. But when more digital comics come out, you'll be able to have access to all of them for only $5, opposed to you going to my website, paying $5 for this digital, $5 individual, $5, where as more digital comics drop, this would be a much stronger deal, because then for $5 a month, you got access to all of it, and you get to download it. But also you get I'm also planning certain digital comics. I'm planning certain comic series that will be digital, like a digital first, meaning that as my artists are creating the pages, you're able to read them here first. And then by the time the book is done, then there will be a physical version of the book that you can have. So that means every week I'll be dropping 1 page a month. That's when I actually start doing other series. And so a lot of digital series will be birthed here for certain series. I'm not talking about the main 8 series, but I'm talking about other series that I do have planned for other characters from that I haven't revealed yet. You'll be able to read the digitals here, like page by page, a page a week, until the book is till the chapter is actually completed. And once it's completed, then once it's completed, it's completed, and then I can turn it into an actual physical book that you can just go and just I'll do a campaign for it, and you'll get the variants and stuff like that and things. But you already experienced it with the digital first from the Patreon. But as I said before, the money I make from the Patreon helps fund voice actors. It pays my artists. It also allow me to start other series and stuff like that. You don't understand. This Patreon helps. So the more people that comes in, the better. And then, of course, there's the $10 tier, which is like my lore videos, where I actually do like lore. Sometimes I'll hire some voice actors, or and then other times I may have like a AI voice narrator that do breakdowns and stuff like that of a chapter and stuff like that. Or sometimes I will break it down. There's all kinds of stuff I'll be doing. Also, I will be doing actual guides in a PDF file, guides on the story writing process, world building process, the self-publishing process. I'm working on those guides right now. You'll be able to have access to those files and everything as I drop them onto the Patreon. So there's a lot of value in this, and you don't understand how much this would help Venus and Orion Comics and be able to speed the process up. Because if I can get more than one comic in the works, man, you guys are gonna have a good time with this. So as I said before, you'll be able to see the early designs. And this is the digital cover for the digital and stuff like that. You'll be able to get to see the early designs of characters. I break down the wave mechanics here too as well. Go to more details and everything as well. You better check that stuff out. Like I said, you can see some of the early sketches and pages for VK Chapter 2 and everything. So there's some value here that I suggest that you go check out and everything. And the more people start to show up, the more often I'll keep posting new content and stuff like that. So there's options here. I know a lot of you guys say, "Yeah, I want to see this, I want to see that." Well, if you want to see this, you want to see that, you can help me, and you can help that process move a little bit faster by either going to my website, buying merch, buying my comics, or going here and becoming a patron. You don't understand how much that would help. And I'll post the link once again. So make sure you check it out. Will time travel be introduced? That's a good question. That's something I've been thinking about. But if I will approach time travel, I won't do it right away, because time travel can be pretty tricky, and you can break your whole universe or contradict your whole universe overnight if you don't handle it, if you don't write it well. And that's something I don't want to do yet. And I don't have this. I'm not equipped with it yet. Equipped with the skill to do a proper time travel story for Venus and Orion Comics yet. I'm still at the beginning of this, and I don't want to ruin that experience by diving into time travel right away. And the thing, it's not off the table. So I don't want people to get that message, get the wrong message. That's not off the table, but right now that's not important, and that's something I don't want to explore yet, because this universe is pretty much a baby right now. It's brand new. So time travel is not something I really want to do just yet. That's something that probably do around other later phases of Venus Orion comics, but not right now. That's something I don't want to touch. I definitely don't want to touch that, because there's so many stories I can tell without doing time travel, relying on time travel. I want people to get a chance to know the world that is right now. Another thing, as far as my universe is concerned as well, said, do you have any fears regarding Venus Orion comics? I think my only fear is I don't live to see all of what becomes, the potential that it has. I'm just afraid that hopefully I get the chance to be around long enough to see Venus Orion comics bloom into something great. I think that's the main fear that I have. I just hope I'm here long enough to see this, see it become video games, and see people cosplay my characters, and communities form around what I'm doing, around my universe, around my work, and the stories that I'm putting out. I just pray that I'm around long enough that it manifests as why I'm still on this earth, and everything. I want to be able to cherish that, like how Stan Lee was able to be around long enough to be in movies and stuff like that. I want to be around long enough for that. And I also hopefully that I'm able to succeed long enough that my father is here to be able to enjoy this, and my mom to be able to see this, because my grandmother and my grandfather are going. Like, I think that's the thing that hurts me the most, especially my grandmother. My grandmother always called me the chosen one, or called me the one, and she always called me the $1 Million Man. She said I was the one that's going to break the family curse, and things like that. And she always believed in it, and she always called me that, the $1 Million Man. Like she's and my grandmother, she's an evangelist. She used to preach at churches and stuff. And my grandmother was never wrong. My grandmother with her premonitions and stuff, they were always accurate. She never missed. Whatever her premonitions were, they were spot on, to the point it was scary. You would thought she was a fortune teller. I always compared her to the Oracle. I always called my grandmother the Oracle from the Matrix. Remember when Neo went to go to the kitchen and talk to the Oracle? I used to go to my grandparents' house and talk to my grandmother, and we always used to sit in the kitchen. She either baking something or cooking something, or my grandfather was cooking food and stuff like that. And my grandmother always used to talk to me and stuff. And it was like, it felt like I was Neo and she was the Oracle and stuff like that. And she said, if God allowed me to live, I'll be around to see it. And she ended up dying when I graduated from Mansfield in 2014. She died on the week of my graduation. And my parents didn't tell me because it was finals week. And normally I always call for a prayer for my grandparents, especially my grandmother. And she always used to pray over the phone for me every time I go into an exam and stuff like that. And it was finals, and I was stressing, and I wanted to talk to my grandmother, and my grandmother wouldn't pick up the phone. And the thing that hurt me the most was that because she didn't pick up the phone because she died, and I didn't know. I think the thing that hurt me the most was because my grandmother was dying, and I didn't know she was dying, and she wanted to have her final goodbye just to hear my voice and talk with me. But I was so caught up running around chasing my baby mom, and she called me during a time where I was late for class, and I had to get to class, and because I came home for spring break to go see her. She said, "Don't leave." She said, "Don't leave. Don't go back. Don't come home for spring break and don't see your grandmother." And I always do see my grandparents when I come home for breaks. But this one time, my baby mom that comes and goes, she shows up out of nowhere to see our daughter, and then I end up spending that time with her and my daughter. Because my daughter, I have custody of my daughter and stuff. But I ended up spending that time chasing her around. And I never saw my grandmother that time I came. So I try to see my grandmother the night before, I had to get back on the bus to go back to Mansfield to take that 8-hour ride back to Mansfield, but she wasn't there because she had to go. She was preaching at this one church. So I didn't get a chance to see her. When I went back, and also that's when So I get back, and I remember when I got there on campus, I was running late for my my economics class, and I remember she called me because she normally don't call me during class, or she don't call me like when she like during those times. But it was unusual. But she was dying. She wanted to talk to me one last time, or whatever like that. So when she called me, she was like, "How my $1 million grandson is doing," and she wanted to have a conversation with me. But I was running to class, and I was like, "Yo, listen, Grandma, I'm gonna call you right back after I get out of class." And I got so caught up after that and never called her back. And that's when finals came. And I went to go try to call her, and she never picked up because she already passed. And this is my grandmother on my dad's side. So it's my dad's mom. And because she was saying, like, I remember she said if God allows her to live, she wanted to see me walk down that aisle, And I remember when graduation came, I'm expecting to see her, didn't see her, and still don't know why. And then when I finally after graduation, Mom and Dad brought me home, and me, my daughter, and all this. I came home, and they broke the news to me soon. I got in the house that grandma passed away, and that we're going to burying her tomorrow. So not only did I graduated, I lost my grandmother, and then I was going straight to a funeral the next day. And man, that was the hardest time of my life and stuff. So, my grandmom and my grandfather isn't here to see what have become of me, and Venus, and they weren't around for Venus and Orion comics. So my biggest fear is Venus and Orion comics doesn't get to that point of maturity in time enough for my dad to be around, or my mom to be around to see this. So that's my fear. I want to get this. I want them to see the success of Venus and Orion comics before they leave this earth. They're not going anywhere right now. I'm not speaking anything, but I'm just saying my dad is like 62 now, I believe 61 or 62. Because man, time keeps going. Because I even forget my age. I'll be 40 next year, and I gotta remind myself of that. Because I'm still thinking I'm like 37, 38. But no, I'll be 40 next year. But I want Venus and Orion the comics to be something before my mom and dad leave this earth. So that's my biggest fear. I think that's why I think I'm more stressed than anything. That's why I believe that I'm always sitting at this computer and everything, because I want my mom and dad to see this before they go. I want to be able to give my mom and dad everything that they have given me. I want my mom and dad to have a nice house. I want them to have a nice car. I mean, they do this stuff on their own, but I want to be the ones to be able to give them them things. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be able to do that because they had put so much shit into me, so much values and stuff into my life, that I want to be able to give that shit back. So I think that's why I'm stressing out a lot over Venus and Orion comics. Even though I'm happy for this, I'm proud of this, but like I feel like I'm racing against the clock. You know what I'm saying? Like as I get older, and my daughter's a constant reminder that I'm getting old, that my parents, as I age, my parents age. So when I look at my daughter, she's getting older. She's 18 next year. So now that also scares me. Like, damn, she's 18. I'm about to be 40 next year. Then my parents are aging up. So it's like, yo, like I got to speed this up. You know what I'm saying? So that's my biggest fear. So I'm still working that out, where selected few can maybe grab things or enter buildings and time periods. Oh, awesome. Who's the pink hair girl on Alter Squad X? She's that reason why I'm buying the book. Oh yeah. I'll explain that. I'll explain that to you. Give me a second. I got you. What's up, Mugen Lord? No, all right. Let me bring it up. I'll grab this for you. I'm gonna grab this for you right now, bro. Got you. Give me a second. Yeah, so who you're referring to is Adaptima. Let me do that. you're referring to Adaptima. She's an aberrant. She's what is called an aberrant. Aberrants in my universe is what it's pretty much equivalent to a mutant, but it's not DNA. It's not a DNA mutation. As I said before, in my universe in Venus Orion comics, every living being in my universe has a thing called a wave essence. The wave essence essentially is the soul, the consciousness of the soul itself. It's the soul. And what happens is there are individuals who can be able to tap into their wave essence, which Hezekiah is going to explain in Variant Colors Vampire Killer Chapter 2. But to let you guys know, there's individuals out there who has the ability to tap into their wave essence, and with their wave essence, they're able to accomplish and perform these things called wave arts, which you have critical arts, you have cognitive arts, you got all forms of arts, because these different forms of arts is based on how and techniques and based on how people are able to manipulate and use their wave force from their wave essence. So those people that's able to tap into their wave essence are known as gifted. They are gifted individuals, because gifted individuals, these individuals are consciously more in tune to the universe itself, because the universe is a living, breathing organism. And I'm not going to try to break it down to you, because I want you to discover this stuff and explore this stuff. The Church of Elohim or Elohim definitely goes deep into it on the spiritual aspect as well. Then within the body itself, because the body and the wave essence are two different shells. The wave essence is like a different storage composite within the body, which is why when you tap into your wave essence, it drains. It drains the individual when they use it. Now, within the whole wave essence mechanics itself, the wave essence also has a thing called a wave signal. The wave signal, what that does is the wave signal pretty much makes up the individual themselves, the physicalness of you. Because in my universe, the universe vibrates at a certain frequency. And the reason why everybody exists in the universe is because they vibrate on a frequency, wherever the frequency of the universe is, that's where everybody is vibrating on. And also the planets that they're on also vibrates at that frequency. Now, in order for you to exist on the physical plane in my universe, you have this thing called a wave signal. The wave signal within the wave essence is what stays in communication with the frequency, and that frequency resends that information back to the source. And the source is where the wave essence go when an individual or a being dies. It goes back to the source and then it recycles itself. Now, as I said before, the reason why my people, the characters exist in my universe physically on the physical plane is because of the wave signal and the communication to the wave frequency. Now, your wave signal makes up who you are as an individual. So what was to happen if a person's wave signal gets corrupted? Think of a corrupted hard drive, and you try to repair it and bring it back or something like that. I'm just trying to explain it in like, an analogy or whatever like that, but you get what I'm saying. Now, what happens if the wave signal gets corrupted and then tries to fix itself? Even though it fixes itself, now that frequency that the individual is on or whatever, or the signal that connects to the frequency or communicates to the frequency, it's off. And that's what essentially what an aberrant is. Their wave signal is fucked. It got fucked up. And now, because the communication with the frequency of the universe is fucked up, the signal that makes up that individual, it changes them. Now they got powers. And also how they commute and how they interact with the wave force mechanics also changes too, or whatever. So so since their wave signal is fucked up, it sometimes it changes their physical appearance, it gives them powers or whatever. So that's what makes them different from mutants. Mutants is more of a genetic thing. Mine's is more of a what's that word? Metaphysics, a metaphysics type of transformation. So that's what an aberrant is. And this a character right here. Her name is Adaptima, Brianna, and her real name is Brianna Boyd. And I can't wait till you find out more about her character. But her outfit, she's very athletic. She was at the top of her class in sports, and I'll leave it at that. But her favorite hobby with her father is wrestling. So I wanted to give that outfit more of like a wrestling, and I do have wrestling in my universe. I can't spoil it, but I do have wrestling in my universe. It's a special kind of wrestling, and I can't wait. I'm already working on characters and everything, and it's going to be in universe and everything. And it's this particular type of wrestling that she goes to and she enjoys, that she watches and everything. And you'll be surprised what I would do with that. What I'm going to do with that at some point or whatever like that. But yes, her name is Adaptima because she don't. How can I explain it without spoiling it, whatever like that? Don't think of how like the way she adapts. She adapts to properties of an environment, of an attack, and things like that. But to stop her from being broken, she can only adapt to so many things. Like right now, her powers are, she's still learning her powers. So she has 3 adaptation slots. So depending on the situation, she has to decide on, okay, I have to get rid of this property because this is what I need right now. And then she'll exchange that type of adaptation property into herself. And when she adapts, every property has a different color, right? So when she adapts or whatever, you see the orbs on her, and the way her suit is, it would glow a hue, which allows her team members from Ultra Squad X to know what property she adapted. So it allows them to be able to communicate and formulate a strategy. The enemy don't know what the fuck she's doing, what the fuck is going on, but her teammates will know, or whatever like that. So yes, she only adapt. She can have up to 3 add that three at a time, like properties at a time. And it's going to explain it in the series itself. But it can also cause stress on her body. So, like I said, characters that can adapt, they can be OP characters. But I put certain blocks on them so she wouldn't get out of hand. So, and you'll see how I've written it and how the situations are where it makes sense of how it goes. But as she matures, she'll be able to slot more things. But then she still has to slot one thing, remove one thing. And as I said, her body can only take but so much before it puts stress on her. Yeah, but yes, everybody loves this character. Everybody loves her. And I don't blame you guys. Wait till you see her story, her backstory, and how she interacts with everybody. It's going to be fun. Yo, what's up, Life will Change? What's going on? So I don't know if you watch basketball. No, I'm not really into basketball. Must be crazy in your city, Philly, right now. I have not been paying attention. Yeah, is your grandmother a character? Oh, I love that you said that. Yes, she will be a character, but she's not going to be in VK. She's going to be in another series. But she will probably pop up in VK because of, like I said, it's a shared universe. And I won't explain. I already have her as a character in some shape or form. You just ain't gonna see her no time soon because I haven't gotten there yet. But yes, she will be a character. Even my grandfather will be a character. I got high school friends and college friends and stuff as characters. You just haven't seen all of them yet. And I got some YouTube friends. You won't even know yet. They haven't even revealed. That's inspired by them. And stuff like that is going to be characters, and I can't wait till they discover. And I'm not going to tell anybody, but I can't wait till they discover. Like, oh wait a minute, is that me? Yeah. So, yeah, you'll see. Said the Great Samaritan. Let's go. Just checking in. My favorite content creator doing this. Thanks. I appreciate it for the super chat from both Shining. Appreciate the $5. Appreciate the $10. Just checking in, my favorite content creator doing his thing and doing it big. Keep doing you and your comments. Be looking forward to it. Yes. The Great Samaritan script is done. Ultra Squad X Chapter 1 script is done. And Die Star Champion Siona Chapter 1 script is done. They're done. Now they just need artists. Except for Ultra Squad X, because Jabiba is also doing VK and Ultra Squad X. So I'm going to ask you guys soon. What do you want to see? Either chapter 3 of VK, because chapter 3 of VK is done. I'm done chapter 3 of VK as well. I've written that already. It's done. So I will leave it up to you guys. Do you want to see chapter 3 of VK after chapter 2 is released and shipped out when we get the campaign next year? Or do you want to see Alter Squad X chapter 1? So I'll leave that up to you guys. Depending on which you guys choose, that's the next thing I will work on next. And to get Chabibit to draw, and that'll be the next campaign or whatever. So if you guys said no, let's just continue on with VK, then I will just do chapter 3. We'll start beginning drawing chapter 3 and stuff and getting ready for that campaign for VK. If not, you just guys want to see Alter Squad X chapter 1, then we'll work on that. But I'm going to warn you guys, chapter 1 of Alter Squad X is 56 pages. So that's going to be a wait to get all those pages done, because it's still, once again, money got to come out of my pocket. But then again, I can't predict the future of the success of chapter 2. It could. I'm gonna speak it into existence. Chapter 2 possibly could end up surprising me as far as the reach in the audience that I'll have. That it may push it faster, or I would do this. I can, depending on how chapter 2 ends up in this campaign and the success, I can do probably two things. I can either use that, whatever I make from chapter 2, use that to continue on to chapter 3 and have the funds that I made from chapter 2 to go directly towards chapter 3 of VK, while using my funds to work on Alter Squad X. So there's 2 books going on at the same time that I can possibly get done. So we'll talk more about it. But Siona is going to need an artist, and I do have a person in mind. I want to see if he's up for it. I would love Jada Concept. Which I'll bring up here. I know he has his own series, but I'm not going to lie. I love his artwork and how he draws female characters. Jada Concept. I got his book to show some support. I like the artwork that he has here. I think he would be a perfect fit to do Siona. So I would love to I'm going to approach Jada Concept. I will approach Jada Concept and see, will he be interested to be the artist for Siona. I would love, I want to see if he would be interested in that. I would love to. I'm going to hit him up. I'm going to hit him up. But before I even do that, I have to because Jessica's my main artist. So what Jessica normally does, Jabibit normally does, because I finished chapter 1, I got all the different races and everything, but they haven't been drawn up yet. So what Jessica does is, since she's my official artist, she draws the official artwork. So I gotta pay her to draw everything within the world itself, the different races, the characters that who Siona knows and stuff like that. Once that's done, then I'll approach Jada Concept and say, hey, I would like to hire you if you're interested to be my artist for the Die Star Champion Siona. I would love for him to do that. And I think that would be awesome, because I think he will be a perfect fit for Siona. And he could be the main artist. And he still has his own series. So I mean, that'll be dope. I think that'll be a good cross promotion too. You know, hey, I got my own series and I'm working on, my boy Mugen Lord's comic and stuff for Venus and Orion Comics. So I think I'm going to approach him about that. Morality talk is triggering to me because I have a fear of death. In my early 20s, I dealt with a lot of soul draining people all my life. I'm starting late, a little mad about it, not gonna lie. Man, dude, it's never too late, man. My grandmother told me it's never too late. It's as long as you get there. My grandmother at the age of 60, she had 4 degrees. She was still going to college, getting degrees. You know what I'm saying? And because that's something that she wanted to do. And she achieved those things at her older age, in the older part of her life, and she died in her 70s. But that was things that she wanted to do. And when she said that it's never too late, it's not as how late it is as long as you achieve it. And I'm starting to realize that, because dude, like, I'm about to hit 40, and it's definitely hitting me now that, yo, I'm 40. And at times I do think about my life, said, damn, like, my 20s came and went. And it felt like I didn't do nothing in my 20s. I didn't do anything. One, I spent more time chasing my baby mom, going through problems with my baby mom while going to college, and then being now, and a single father and stuff like that, dealing with those things. And I'm set behind. Now I get out of college, and now I have to play catch up. I spent most of my 20s trying to play catch up. Before you knew it, I was in my 30s, right? Now I'm in my 30s. Things started working out for me. My YouTube channel started going well. My 3D hentai, money coming in and stuff like that. But I didn't even start Venus Orion comics yet. I'm just in my 30s, just doing shit. You know what I'm saying? The money's coming in. It's looking well. My life is starting to come up. I'm going to the gym. I'm getting help. I'm trying to get healthy and stuff like that. But it still felt like I wasn't moving anywhere, right? And then once COVID happened, and then I started working on Venus Orion Comics. Venus Orion Comics, I started Venus Orion Comics in 2020, got the LC in 2021, and before you know it, I'm releasing my book in 2025. And now I'm looking up. Now I'm about to hit 40. So even throughout my 30s went by so damn fast. I'm about to be 40 next year. I reached the second half of my fucking life, and I reached the second half of my life. And I want you to see me as an example that, yo, you still have time, and you're young. You're young. If you're in your 20s, you're young. My dad is in his 60s, and he's telling me, son, you are young. Keep going. Just keep going. You're young. And I want to say what my father said to me. Guys, you're young, but don't use that as an excuse to sit around and not do anything with your life. At least set up your life. Start building that foundation for your life. I'm a late bloomer. I had to go back. I dropped out of college and went back to college after me and my baby mom broke up and I got custody of my daughter. I went back to college to finish college, while all my friends that I went to college with in 2005, they already started their life, got careers, got married, did all these things, while I'm going back to college to try to play catch up, which I finally did, but then come home, couldn't get a job, and then I had to figure out my own way. And the thing is, the reason why I was able to do all this, because I have a loving, supporting family that actually supported me. And to get a little bit deeper into this is that me living in Philly and me being Black and living in the Black community my entire life, family, friends, relatives, and things like that. The average Black home is from a single parent household, but not just that. A lot of my cousins, a lot of my friends, they don't have that family support, that type of connection, that type of support, where I have the privilege to sit home and try to figure out what I want to do, while a lot of my friends and loved ones and people I knew had to grow up faster. I had friends who was like 15 to 16, got to get a job, and they got to help their mom pay bills. They have to be a man. A young Black man has to be a man very fucking early, or a young Black woman has to be a young Black girl, or a young Black teenage girl has to be a Black woman early. She has to be an adult early, because she don't have that type of privilege, or she didn't come from that type of upbringing or family to be able to do those things. She has to grow up fast. She has to help around the house. She has to pay this. He has to pay that. He has to man up soon or early. Like I said, and I knew a lot of my friends who had moms or had family members, like their aunts or uncles who they live with, who would put their kids or their nephews' names on their credit cards or on bills. So by the time that they get older, their name and their credit is messed up. Their mom or their relatives, their grandmother, messed their credit up before they even become an adult. So they're already starting at a disadvantage because their own family took advantage of them while they were young, using their name and putting their name on stuff. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have those problems and stuff. So even when I didn't have a job and trying to figure it out, my parents allowed me to figure out, and they wasn't charging me rent. And I still don't. I live here, and it's like a bachelor house now. It's just me and my daughter and my brothers and my dad and stuff like that. But even now, I don't pay rent. I pay my bills, and my other expenses. And yes, I contribute around the house. If we need groceries for the house, I buy groceries. I buy those things. But my parents believe in investing in their kids, so I don't pay rent. But there's a lot of you guys who gotta pay rent, and you don't have time to find that time, or you can't make that time because you're constantly working all the time trying to pay rent at your own family's house and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I had that opportunity. I was lucky to be able to sit down and figure those things out. And despite me figuring those things out, I still like, damn, like it still feel like I wasted a lot of time. My 30s are going. My 30s are fucking going. So now I'm about to hit my 40, and now I'm hitting the ground even harder now. You know what I'm saying? So if you're young, don't let that shit get to you, man. You got time, but don't waste that time. Get shit done. Get it done. Don't allow women to distract you. Don't allow these goofy ass dudes. If you're a woman watching this, don't allow these goofy ass dudes to distract you. Get on your grind. You got to get on your grind because you're young. You got the health. You got the youth to be able to do that. You work now so you'll be able to play later. You don't play now, because if you play now, then you'll be working for the rest of your life until you die. No. Work now and then have the rest of your life to be able to do whatever the fuck you want. The world becomes your playground. And that's what I'm trying to do. Said metahuman. No, she said they're aberrants. I do have my own version of metahuman. And you'll find that out in the Great Samaritan book. They're not called metahuman, they call something else. Yeah, but she don't absorb people's powers, like take their powers and they get hurt and stuff. But if you wanted to compare it, yes, she's like my rogue of the team. Are there any normals that are scientists that can find a way to hunt down folks with yeah, you'll find out in VK. You have ordinaries, people who can't tap into their wave essence. They call ordinaries. Just because you're an ordinary doesn't mean you're not capable. I also don't want people to mix that up either. Just because you can't tap into your wave essence doesn't mean you can't beat a person who can. Because just because you're gifted, you're still human. You're just able to just tap into something that's already there. That's all it is. You're able to tap into something that's already there. Every living being has one. It's just that some people just can't tap into it. They're not attuned. They're not consciously attuned to the universe. Some people are born that way. And what determines how are gifted people born? And I can't wait to be able to explore that as well. What contributes to people being able to attune to the consciousness of the universe itself? And I can't wait till you'll be able to explore that in my universe as well. But yes, I do have metahumans. They're called something else. And those individuals are able to compete against gifted aberrants and stuff like that. So you'll be able to see all that play out. Good question. I like that. But as I said before, just because you're ordinary doesn't mean you can't compete. You can fight the motherfuckers. You can fight aberrants if you're ordinary. There's ways to fight. There's ways to fight them. Ordinary people can fight. Will Adaptima have a skill tree where she can expand her abilities? Well, her slots. She'll be able to expand her slots as she gets better. I guess, because like I said, aberrants are different. See, because if you're a gifted, you're able to train, and you're trained in the effectiveness of your wave force and get stronger and stuff. Your wave force gets stronger and everything. So aberrants, since they don't tap into a wave essence, their essence and no, that's spoiling. I won't get that away. But with aberrants or whatever like that, that's spoiling it. I'm trying. You have to wait and see, because the more and more I talk, the more and more I'm gonna give shit away. You'll have to see. You'll see because aberrants, they can't tap into their wave essence, but they have powers. But their powers is still connected to the wave force mechanic, and you'll find out how and why that is the case. Avatars, like the nation's avatars, the avatars that like the Great Samaritan, they're connected to the wave force too. And Justin Emmett, he's not gifted. He's an ordinary. who becomes an avatar. And as I said before, there's two meanings to the term avatar, and you'll find out why. No, her body don't shapeshift or anything or whatever. No. There, bro. Damn, I got a character name. I got a character named Nitron, who is very similar to her. He's a boxer, though, and she's not a mutant, but definitely has some of your adaptabilities, different but very similar. Yeah, like I said, you're going to get overlaps. It's how you make it your own that matters. So she's like a secret. She is like a secret type of element character. I guess if you want to put it that way. Oh, that's what people are talking about. LeBron is in Philly now. Oh, that's what people are talking about. Okay, I got you. So damn, bro. I guess great minds think alike. I got a character. Yeah. Vela is very, very similar. Dope. So when I saw your Vampire Kills comment for the first time, I thought Variant Color. I think I said it right. Was your actual name? No. My name is Brian. Yeah, Brian Howard Blackson is my name. Is it 3D? Is what 3D? To my Adaptima? Ah, you like that? No, she's not 3D. My artist, her coloring is so fucking crazy. This is two different art styles right here. This art style was the first design of her. She drew. I wanted her to. You see how the Persona 5 art style? You see that how that shading, the black, white, and red. When my artist had did my let me grab this for a second to tell you what I mean. Show you what I mean. You see this right here? Let me pull this up. My artist Shabibit, she did my arcade stick template, and I was like, yo, I like a unique art. I would like a art style, a different art style interpretation of my characters. So she said, what do you have in mind? And then she started bringing up, showing all this stuff, and I said, yo, I looked at Persona 5 and how they're sketched up. I said, I want something like that type of sketching. And when you look at this, you see the paper cutouts is from Persona 5, and how they're sketched is from Persona 5. But of course, it got color to them and stuff like that. So that's why when you look at Adaptima, these are actually two different drawings. This one right here is the Persona one. And this is where she traditionally does with shadowing and her lighting. Her shadowing and her detailing is so fucking crazy. You would think it's 3D, but it's not. Even when you look at Justin, her light, how she shades and stuff is fucking ridiculous. It's crazy good. But let me bring up so you can be able to see it better. Where is it? I was hoping I was in there. I guess I'll bring it up this way. No. All right, was it wallpapers? Where is it? Oh, hold on. Put this here. Yeah, here we go. So at some point I will have my own Justice League or Avengers team, and they're called the Valiant Ascenders. And this is the art style on my arcade stick right here. So you'll be able to see this, how you see how different they look and how it's shaded. So yeah, she can do different styles and everything. So yeah, what you have Siona, the Die-Star champion. You have the Great Samaritan. You have Adrenaline. You have a Miss Solaris, which is her. This is Princess Adax. You have Rupture. Can't wait till you show. And he's a zoner. There's another type of class of classification of powered individuals known as a zoner. It's when these individuals step into this particular zone that pops up randomly around the universe. It has this type of radiation. Once they step into it, their wave essence resonates with it. and there's certain individuals, and they can't figure out why this is this phenomena is happening. And these people, when they step into the zone, some of them transform into beasts, or some of them get powers and stuff like that. So yeah, this is Rupture. This character's is an outworlder from another part of the galaxy, from the universe. His name is Burnout. And then you got Hezekiah Draven from VK. And this is a later outfit that you won't see anytime soon. And by the time we probably get to this point, I'll be updating that outfit. It'll be something completely different, probably. But this was like early on. But yeah, this is a design for the arcade, for my arcade stick that I had made. How many pages is Great Samaritan? Great Samaritan is 66 pages. But once you add the covers, it's like 70, probably 72, probably, I think. Let me see. I'm trying to remember. No, 68. Yeah. So it's like 72 pages. And then let's see. Thanks. Appreciate CD. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, that's a good look. Jada concept work looks good. Did your main artist wanted to do Siona? Oh, like I said, she said she'll only be able to do 2. And this is before I decided that Siona was going to have a comic book. So at the time, the only comic books that was a thing was Alter Squad X and VK at that time. And she's like, yeah, I don't mind doing the VK and Wichicom. And also she feels though that somebody else can do a better job drawing her, because like a lot of you guys love her, how her art style, how she looks, her body and stuff. Like, your guys really, she says she feels though that she think another artist will be able to do her some justice when drawing her or whatever. So I think that's another reason why she don't want to touch Siona, because she even though she did a good job drawing her, but she says as far as the comic is concerned, she feels though that she thinks somebody else can do it even better. Let's see. Oh, so I'm right under. Yep, you're under the age 34. What's up, Mugen? Oh, what's up, Jetta? Bro, completely off subject. Were you at DreamCon? I wasn't at DreamCon. I might go. I might consider going next time. I'm not sure yet. I heard that before. Financial abuse. Oh, it's nice to see your supportive family. Yeah. So I'm from New York, New Jersey. Exactly what you saying, bro. I had to grow up at 14, had no childhood. Then had my first daughter, 17, 19. I had debt because my name and bills. Yeah. A lot of people don't understand that. A lot of non-black people don't understand that. It's not making an excuse for some of the choices that we make in our life, but a lot of black kids don't even have their life is fucked before it even start, because their family take their name, put it in bills. So by the time they come up in age and stuff, they already in debt and they didn't even get a chance to start. And then with a lot of black families and stuff like that, especially coming from single parent households, like single mother households, you got to grow the fuck up fast. And it's even worse when you're a black male living in a single mother household, because they call them husband sons, where the mother treat their sons like their husband. They treat them like that. So at the age of 14 and shit like that, she either spoils him, buy him all these things, clothing to make him look like the guy that knocked her up and stuff that she misses. So she puts all that on her son. And then as he gets older, then instead of him learning any type of responsibility or accountability, the moment he turned 18, you got to get the fuck out. Like what a lot of black families do is, by the time that kid turns 18, they throw him out the house, or you got to pay these bills. And like I said, a lot of them I knew was already paying bills at 14, 15, 16, getting under, work under the table jobs and stuff. They had to grow up fast. No childhood. And that was common in the black community. That was very common. This is not like a one-off incident. And a lot of us in our communities are ashamed of that, because when a black person like me would come in there, I'm called a sellout or a coon when I say this stuff, but it's the truth. And a lot of people that saying it's not true and saying or trying to defend a lot of this this type of toxicity in our communities are actually living it. They're living the things that I'm fucking saying. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a lot of us that got dreams and stuff, and a lot of us throw those dreams away because we don't think it's attainable, because we don't have that childhood. We never had that chance because our parents already fucked it up for us, or the people around us already fucked it up for us. So a lot of us don't have hope. All we got is negativity. That's why when we see another black person succeed, that's where the crabs in the barrel situation comes in. The moment they see another black person succeed, then they want to try to pull them down because they didn't succeed, or they see someone that's like them make it, which then it reflects on them that they didn't make it. So then they do everything in their power to shoot that person down. Oh wow, you know that. Work down, play it. Yep. Like metahumans from DC Comics is where they have powers, but giant and from various origins. But yeah, I feel the same way where I got to myself, like, should have done this a long time ago, but you have to stop focusing on what if and just do it. Yeah, you can't think about the woulda, coulda, shoulda. You can't think of the woulda, coulda, shoulda. It happened already. You can't take it back. You can't do it. You can't go back in time. All you can do is just what you can do now. Are you looking forward to when college? Yeah, I'm looking forward. Man, look, I'm looking forward to fan art, which I have gotten fan art from you guys. I even gotten some hentai fan art from you guys too. I'm looking forward to the fan art. I'm looking forward to the cosplaying. I'm looking forward to all that. I'm thinking about doing a project, a photo shoot project, like I said before, paying a beautiful cosplayer, and paying them to design the costume and everything for Siona. I want to do a Jasmine Mitchell get a cosplay shoot, get a goth chick to dress as Jasmine, do a photo shoot and stuff like that, and put it on Patreon and things like that. I would love to do that. Have somebody design the outfits and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff I want to do. So I'm right under you. I'm 34. 1 foot in the grave. And so is that number in the free? Oh no, Neo Delphi is not in the Freedom States. Neo Delphi is in the Guardian States. That's in the dystopian side, the surveillance nation of America, the Guardian States of America, or you can call it the GSA. And the Freedom States of America is the FSA. And there's something else. There's a third, which you'll find out in the Great Samaritan, so I won't spoil that too much. So I've seen you add the speedster. Also, will he flat out answer will build up there over time, maybe start at hypersonic speed? Oh yeah. Now you talking about adrenaline, the frequency speedster adrenaline. Give me a second, I'll bring him up. Yeah, oh yeah, he's right there. My speedster is right there with the helmet. Yeah, that's his name is Adrenaline. He's connected to the frequency conduit. He's the frequency speedster. As remember, I told you about the frequency itself. Well, this thing called the frequency conduit of the universe itself. And the universe comprises of 8 frequency strands. They're different colors. Each color represents something. Blue represents space. Blue represents space. Yeah, blue represents space, and the white represents time. Which I won't spoil, but something happens to Elliot Chambers, where when this accident happens, he falls into a coma and wakes up into this interdimension where he meets the physical embodiment of the frequency conduit named Zexer. And what's going on? The universe itself is experiencing a frequency imbalance, and he's been tasked to be able to fix that balance. So, because of that accident, he's connected to 2 different strands that makes up the speed, which like I said, is time. It's space and time. So he's connected to the white and the blue. Now, the scientist that he tried to save also got hit during this accident. Her name is Dr. Morgan Doppler, which I'll show her off to you. I'll since you guys are here, I'll just show her off to you guys. She's going to be the main villain for his first arc, or whatever like that, for the first arc. Dr. Morgan Doppler, and her. Oh man, her story. I love her story, man. I feel sorry for her too. But right here. Oh, I'm grabbing the wrong thing. I'm probably not picture. I'm going here. Here. There you go. Videos. These are comics. All right. Was it character lineups? Character reveals. No, it's not that. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Fuck. Yeah, I grabbed the wrong thing. There you go. Excuse me. Ooh, Jesus. All right, go to this. Display. There you go. So I'll show you her. Yeah, so this is let me pause this. So yeah, this is Dr. Doppler. This is Elliot Chambers, this frequency speedster adrenaline. So when he wakes up from his after Zexer hands the responsibility down to him, to Elliot Chambers, he's the frequency speedster adrenaline. Now he has the speed, he has the frequency speed. And then Dr. Doppler, when she wakes up in front of Zexer, she does the complete opposite, and she's tied to the purple strand, which I won't spoil what that is. She's tied to the purple frequency, which is a crazy matchup against with the frequency that Elliot Chambers have. So what happens is when she wakes up from the hospital, where she's maxed with security around her and stuff, she floats up out of her bed and she shocks the whole place, and she start killing people and stuff like that. But yeah, Dr. Morgan Doppler, Chabibit, Jessica, my artist, she done a good job, especially with that craziness. That craziness is I love what she did with her. Like, you can see it. So let's see. Oh, Hezekiah? Shit. I shouldn't have showed this. Yes, he has a Buster Sword. That's his real sword. He has it in VK, but he can't use it. There's a reason why he can't use it. That sword, the Redeemer that he has, that's a temporary sword. He can't use his Buster Sword right now. I can't spoil why, but he has a Buster Sword. That's his real sword. That's his main sword, but he can't use it right now. Yeah, he can't use it right now. Yep, that's his main weapon. That Cloud will be proud. Yeah. Yeah, it said young black indie owner. It says exactly what I want to see being promoted. Your artist would definitely benefit from the exposure. Yeah, well, thanks to you guys from the Not Black Enough video, she's constantly flooded with work. And she's been getting work because she's a competent, like, she turned in a lot of work from studios, like in her country, like the Philippines and some Asian countries. She had a lot of opportunities to work in certain studios, but it was the demand that they wanted from her and the hours and what they expected. And she was like, yo, I can just continue working with Brian, and I can keep working with my own clients and get that same amount with the same amount or more with the less stress that these companies are trying to get me to do. So that's why she turned down a lot of companies. Yeah. So yeah. She's been a lot. She's like Brian, like what the say like what do you like what do you do? Like what does you do? Like Eric, like I'm getting flooded. And as an artist, she likes it though. She appreciates it. But as an artist, I understand it's stressful. It's a lot of work, especially when you're working with different. When you're as an artist, when you're working with different clients who got different personalities. Some of them can't articulate themselves really well. Some of them are inconsistent. Some can be ignorant. It's all kinds of stuff that you have to deal with. The same way as me looking for an artist. It's vice versa. So yeah, she's been flooded. She's been flooded, and she's also working with another person who's trying to. He is coming out. He's pitching an anime series to Netflix. So she's working with this guy as the artist for this Netflix series. That's trying to that this guy is trying to pitch to Netflix, and he's working that stuff out with Netflix, and she's working on that as well. But what I love about Jessica is, and she always said this to me, she always makes me a priority and the Netflix guy a priority, because we were like the first two that actually like gave her a chance and actually like we actually do good work together and stuff. So that's why she also don't want to get bombarded with so many people, because she don't want to neglect me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's cool. I have about 4 speedsters in my universe. Oh, I wasn't finished yet. I forgot to mention. So yes. So adrenaline, people who are connected to the frequency conduit, they are classified by the government. They are known as the shift, because they're shifting frequencies. It's been a frequency shift within them. They're tied to the frequency conduit. So Dr. Doppler is a shift, and Elliot Chambers, the adrenaline, the frequency speedster adrenaline is a shift. There are other people in my universe, and even on Earth, which you'll find out later, that there's other individuals who are tied to the frequency. Some of them, which is you're going to be surprised. There's a character that you're going to find out. Say, wait a minute, what? But there are some people who's a freak. Is like, you know, it's like a 1 in a million chance that someone can be born as a shift, which I won't spoil who that could possibly be, because you haven't seen this individual yet. But there's an individual who's born as a shift. They don't know that they're a shift, and then when they use their powers or whatever, you just see it as powers, and you want to find out later, like, wait a minute, like, what? This person's actually a shift. This person's actually connected to the frequency conduit. So yeah, so no two people are the same when they're connected to the different strands. Their powers, everybody's powers aren't the same. It's just so don't expect 100 different speedsters who are shifts. Is a BBC. She looks crazy. Yeah. So what is Alter Squad X? As I mentioned before, Alter Squad X, Alter Squad X, it's all dependent on you guys. And what do I mean by that? Once again, like I said, I'm only one person. I'm indie, and I'm not rich. I can only afford to do one comic at a time, since I'm paying out of my pocket or whatever like that. And as I mentioned before, when it comes to these campaigns, the point of a campaign is to make money, to make more comics and stuff like that. But I have to have an audience size to where the returns from that campaign can be put in to make the next comic without me having to go into my pockets. So right now, my audience size is not that huge right now. So the profits and the returns that I get back can't even make another comic on its own. So I have to go in and fund again. So that is all up to you guys of how we can get Alter Squad X up and running. Because as I said before, the script is done. This can be Jessica Chabibic can start this book after VK Chapter 2. She can start this book right away. But you have to make a choice. Do you want to see VK Chapter 3, or do you want to see Alter Squad X Chapter 1? That's where the choice come in, because I can't do 2 books at the same time. I don't have the money to do that. So until I get the audience size, and if, like I said, if you want me to be able to do more than 1 book at a time, you can speed that process up by joining my Patreon or going to my website, buying merchandise. Those are ways that help, and it helps a lot, because I can use that money to say, hey, This money is going to be for Alter Squad X, and this money can continue on to Chapter 3 of VK, which Chapter 3 is already done. The script is already done. It's done. Meaning that after we finish the variant covers this year for Chapter 2, I can get Jessica to we can jump right onto Chapter 3. We can jump right on it. So while you guys are waiting for the books, by the time we get to the campaign in 2027 for Chapter 2, we can already have have a good portion of pages for Chapter 3 already done. But I won't make that decision to have Jessica jump onto Chapter 3 until I find out if you guys want Chapter 3 of VK to be next or Chapter 1 of Alter Squad X. That's up to you guys. She reminds me of Zula when she went crazy in Avatar. Oh, I still haven't watched Avatar yet. She was crazy. Yeah. Dr. Morgan Doppler. She's 30. She's 36 years old, single, and just a dedicated scientist. Like she's into her work. And all her team of scientists always tries to, because she's so focused. There's a reason why she's into her work and this experiment that she's working on, which I can't spoil, but she's so dedicated to it. And even though that the other scientists that work with her respect her because she's a renowned scientist. Like she has so much scientific breakthroughs that she made, but this one experiment she's working on, people just think she's fucking crazy. People think what she's doing is delusional and everything. But there's a reason why she's doing this experiment. But like I said, I can't spoil what that experiment is. But even the government thinks she's crazy. And the people that work with her, they want to see her. They want to see her succeed, but they also want to see her live. So you're going to see that. You're going to see some of the stuff play out where they be telling Dr. Morgan, saying like Dr. Doppler, saying to her like you need to get out. You like get a man, like get a relationship, get something, because what you're doing is unhealthy. But they understand why she's doing it. But they also don't want to see her fall apart, which I said I can't spoil. But yeah, the bitch crazy. Said my character looks like Illusion's Caleb Draven, except he got braids. He said, that black enough spoke to me. Her work looks great. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Oh, brother, please be the next Blade writer. We don't have nearly enough academic talent that works behind the scene. Appreciate it. She looks crazy. Calling it shift. It sounds scary, like the Sith. I used to draw very well growing up, but my school teacher discouraged me to become an artist and get a real job. And that's what my dad was upset about when he was younger, because it was looked down upon, you know? And my dad said, yo, son, like I kicked myself in the ass because look what happened. Comic books, all the nerd shit, like all the nerd shit end up becoming mainstream. A multi-billion-dollar industry. You know what I'm saying? And a long time ago, this was frowned upon. And now it's the most popular thing in the world. So I want the Great Samaritan, but Alter Squad X look good. Man, no matter which one you pick, you're winning. I say that. Vampire Killer's Blood Rave. She reminds me of, she goes by Kim Impossible. I've never even watched that before. What's your guys' thoughts on AI music? I don't know, like, because I remember Timberland was pushing the AI music, and then he almost got sued because he was showing off this one song that was made with AI, and it was actually within the song itself had the AI pull something from somebody else's actual, song and put it into but Timberland didn't know or whatever like that. So I'm scared with the AI music thing is because it can sound dope, but it's actually like pulling from somebody else's, using literally like the tempo and everything from somebody else's stuff. So I don't know. Really never seen an Avatar. Now I'm curious what type of anime and stuff you like. I know you said Invincible, but never seen Avatar. Yeah. No, because when Avatar came out, I was in college and I wasn't really, and I wasn't watching Nickelodeon. I was not watching Nickelodeon at that time. So I skipped that whole entire thing. Didn't really care to watch it. Not because it's bad. I just didn't care. I just didn't care to watch it. So yeah, I'm ready. I need to adapt in my life. No one too old to see the Avatar that came out. No, it's not because I'm too old to watch. It's that I don't care. I never care. Like there's a lot of shit that I haven't watched because I just don't care. Like I didn't even watch Death Note until maybe like 3, maybe 4 years ago. So there's a lot of things I just don't care. I just didn't care to watch. Not because it's bad, it's just wasn't on my radar. I just like, oh, cool. It looks cool, but I just didn't care to watch it. There, I just assumed because I was born in 2005 and I grew up with it. Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah. So let me see. Oh man. Let me bring this up. Here we go. So yeah, so like I said, each character represents a comic book series. Hezekiah represents Variant Colors Vampire Killers. Daniel Murphy, aka Photonic, represents Alter Squad X, and then Siona, the Die Star Champion, represents the series, the Die Star Champion. Then Neo Suit Johnny represents the series Neo Suit Johnny. Then Sarah Bixby, aka codename Viper, and her younger sister Cobra, so the Viper and Cobra. And then of course Justin Emmett, the Great Samaritan, and then everybody's favorite Faith Tanaka from the Omni 8th District. This is the next series I'm working on now, guys. I finished the Great Samaritan, and the Great Samaritan gives you the history of the Civil War, but it more so focuses on the Freedom States. Now we're going to move over to the Guardian States, which Faith Tanaka is from. We're going to get into the Guardian States, everything about it. So this is my political book as well. And like I said, her design and some of the storytelling, the how and how politics and stuff is discussed is inspired by Ghost in the Shell and stuff. I'm not doing like when I say Ghost in the Shell, I'm not talking about like the theme of transferring like the shell, and I'm not talking about that. But the aesthetics, how certain themes are addressed and the politics and stuff. Ghost in the Shells. This is like this series is literally inspired by Ghost in it's inspired by Ghost in the Shell. And Faith Tanaka, of course, was inspired because Major Kusanagi, the Motoko, the Major, was one of my favorite female anime heroines, like up there. So Faith Tanaka is inspired. She don't act like her. I want to put that out there too. But as far as like design, my inspiration and stuff, I was like, man. And Ghost in the Shell is an inspiration for the Venus Orion Comics universe. The Xeno series is an inspiration for the Venus Orion comic universe and stuff like that. Final Fantasy and stuff like that. So these are a lot of inspirations. And then my personal real life and everything it inspired my universe. So when it comes to the Omni Protocol, 8th Omni District, I cannot wait to explore this because now we actually get the chance to get into the nitty gritty of America itself and now the Guardian States. Because what I want to say is when I created Variant Colors Vampire Killers in Neo-Delphia is in the Guardian States, but I haven't fully fleshed out the Guardian States of America itself. I only know about the Neo cities that I have made. So I was only creating within the framework of Neo-Delphia, not the Guardian States. And Alter Squad X takes place in the Freedom States. When I was working on Alter Squad X, it's in the Freedom States, but it's only working within the environment that these characters are in. So when I created that's why the Great Samaritan is the foundation of everything in this phase one, is because he lays out the history of America itself. It lays out why the nation has been split, why we got the FSA, and why we got the GSA. And now we move on to Faith Tanaka and the Omni 8th District and the Omni Protocol. Now we're going to get into the Guardian States itself. So what happens is, as a writer, when you start building this stuff, since I'm a world builder, this enriches every other comic. Now since I fleshed out the Guardian States, Alter Squad X in this world building gets better and better, because now I understand what I built within the Freedom States itself that Alter Squad X takes place in. And as I work on Faith Tanaka in the 8th Omni District, we're working on the Guardian States, where Neo-Delphia is at, where VK takes place in. So all it's going to do is enrich VK and Neo Suit Johnny and any other character that's in the Guardian States. So that's what I love about writing, because as I start fleshing more things out, all it does is improve my other works of art. Oh yeah. We'll talk more about that. We'll talk more about Siona in a second. Yeah, I love me some fucking Tom and Jerry. I love me some Tom and Jerry. But old school cartoons were the best, because you still laugh the same way you laughed when you first saw it. Cartoons today don't do that, man. I can still laugh at some Bugs Bunny, Looney Tunes. I can still laugh at some Tom and Jerry, bro. So you better be at DreamCon 2027. I want to autograph and have a million different questions about bringing my own ideas. Yeah, I'm gonna try, man. I met a lot of my subscribers when I was going to cons, and I really love it. I love the experience, man. So I never seen Death Note. Yeah. Said, oh my. Said, I'm loving Siona. He said, I'm 29 years old and watch Tom and Jerry and manage it. Yeah, I love, man. I haven't played any card battles in a minute. My last card game was Card Fight Vanguard that my brothers they got me into. The character was cool as fuck. Thanks. She's half Japanese. She's half black, half Japanese. We won't talk about her in a second. Scary dad question: how early is it to early for your daughter to get pregnant? I know for me, I became a dad really early because I was told that it's better early than my dad. The reason why people, this is what I suggest before I get to that. As a father, if my daughter was to ever get pregnant, I will hope she'd be pregnant at least 20, 18. Like once your child is an adult, there's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can do when they're an adult. You just hope that the values, the morals that you put into your child, that they carry that throughout life when you're not around. It's not what your kids do when they're in front of you. It's what they do when they're not in front of you. And with my daughter, she's 18. She'll be an adult. There's nothing much I can do or say. She has to now take those tools that I've given her to navigate through life. Now, if she was to get pregnant, I will hope that if she did get pregnant, it will be when she's 20 years old. But anything below 18, you failed as a parent. You failed as a parent, in my personal opinion. And I'm blessed that that never happened with my daughter. She made it through the threshold. And now she'll be 18 next year or whatever like that. Then going to college and stuff. But the reason why having kids early works, especially for women, because women hit their prime everything goes downhill as far as the biological clock for women is now they're saying 23, but 25, that's when things, complications, and women start to go in their decline biologically, their biological clock, because women are in their prime earlier than men. Men prime, we hit our prime, we start to manifest in our 30s. This is when things start getting better. Our 30s and our 40s, if you played your cards right as a man, things supposed to get better and better from your 30s on up. If you played your cards right, I'm talking about if you played your cards right. Women, they mature and they hit their prime earlier than guys. That's why at earlier ages, women can get all the guys in the world at earlier ages because that's their prime. That is the perfect time where a woman's supposed to find her husband because that's her prime. But today, women use that now to sleep around and do all these other type of things, and they push back a family. They push back those things later and later because they're told to go to college, get their education, and don't depend on the man and stuff like that. And then once they get old, once they get in their 30s, once they hit 25, but now they're saying like 23 now. But once they hit 25, that's where everything goes biologically. As long as she take care of herself, she'll age like fine wine. But that's when things she started to hit that decline. She started to hit the decline. And it's not being disrespectful, it's just facts. It's just science and shit like that. So that's where the complications come in. That's why if women are going to go to college, find your husband there. You're going there to be educated and get careers and stuff. You start looking now. Don't play around in college trying to sleep with all these men. Find your husband there. And the best time, and I would suggest that start your family early. When you start your family early, by the time your kids turn 18, you're still young as parents. Now you're sending them off to college. You still have your youth. Your wife has her youth. You still have your youth. Y'all can go have some fun, explore the world together, go on vacation, take trips. You're still young. And a woman, she's still young. She still has her youthfulness. If she has them young, by the time they turn 18, she's still in a sense young. And if she has a husband or a partner, y'all good to go. But women are pushing it off later and later and later, pushing children off later and later. I suggest that, in my personal opinion, like start a family. If anything, start a family early. And I know people saying that that's like stupid and stuff like that. But a lot of women are crying today is because they're struggling by themselves. You work better if you're together. You work better if you're a team. And a lot of women are starting to regret, like, I'm a single person, I'm a girl boss, and all this other type of stuff. And a lot of women on social media, TikTok, crying like, where are the good men? Or I had a good man, I threw him away because I was doing this, that, and the third. Or I was too busy trying to chase this degree. And now I'm by myself while I'm watching all my friends getting married, got families and stuff. They're doing all these things while I still have to get up, go to a job that I don't like, got to deal with my boss. And when it snows outside, I got to go outside, shovel the snow because she don't got no man and stuff like that. And struggling. So if you are going to start a family and you got your partner, y'all go through it together. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Faye versus the Samaritan will eventually clash. Oh man. Faith Tanaka and the Samaritan, because of this, it's obvious there will be a crossover between the two. Because come on. Like I said before, the Great Samaritan, the Freedom States, Faith Tanaka, the Guardian States. There's going to be a reason for their crossover. And I already started dreaming it up as I was writing, as I was finishing up the Great Samaritan. I was already dreaming up because, as I said before, now that I started building the map of America, and I'm doing the Great Samaritan book. New ideas started coming up. Now I have ideas for her series down too because of what I did with the Great Samaritan. So I already have ideas in my head of why these two would cross over with each other. And oh man, I can't wait. You'll see how that's going to happen. But these two are going to cross up with one another. From Ghost in the Shell, I don't blame you, bro. I don't blame you. Would that be making the same mistake as you if your daughter became a mother too early? No. No. The mistake is having a child and the other parent is not around. That's where the mistake comes in. Having a child too early doesn't make it a mistake. The mistake comes in. Mistakes come in other things. You can have a child, and first of all, having a child is not a mistake. But what I'm saying is the circumstances of how the child is made can be the mistake. The circumstances. So if my daughter play her cards right and she have a child early, if she got a man and they're together, That's not a mistake because she did it right. I had my baby mom. We broke up, and I ended up being a single dad. As long as she's not a single mom and she's with her man and they working together, and she had a child early, that's not a she didn't make that. That's a totally different situation. So no, it's not a mistake. Make your own card game. Oh yeah. So I think you should make it. Man, dude, if there's a demand, look, I want to do it all, bro. I want to do tabletop. I want to do card games. I want to do tactics games, fighting games. I want to do it all. What's up, Cook? I'm scared when my niece goes to college because most freshmen get knocked by their next semester. Like I said, it depends, man. It depends on what you put in them, man. Especially for daughters. Like daughters, you really got to teach them accountability. Sons, you're going to teach accountability, but daughters, you really have to teach them accountabilities. It's nothing wrong with, treating your daughter like a princess and stuff, but you also got to teach them accountability. As long as you teach them accountability and hold themselves accountable for the decisions that they make and stuff like that. Because this is what I learned by being a parent. And like I said, you learn it over time. Being a parent and how a child navigates through life. The best type of lesson is humiliation. And what I mean by that is where you allow your child. I'm not saying like harsh mistakes, but I'm talking about little dumb mistakes that a child would make, and allow them to make that mistake. Allow them to know that, so they know that choice that they made was stupid, and don't do it again. Because what happens is, as a child, you'll do something and it doesn't feel good because you're humiliated in front of your peers that's your age. You're humiliated. That humiliation doesn't feel good at all. But the accountability, you hold your child accountable for that humiliation, because they brought it on themselves. And as a child, when they start realizing that, I don't like that feeling, and when they look at it and say, the reason why I felt that way is because of something that I did, and you got to make your child wallow in that humiliation that they brought on themselves. They brought it on themselves. Nobody else did. They brought it on themselves. Whatever this stupid little thing that they did as a kid, you got to make them face it. And you got to make them accept that, you did that. No one else did. You made that choice. So now most children don't want to be embarrassed. So they're going to do everything in their power not to make that mistake ever again, because they know how that shit feels. You know what I'm saying? But you have to put that in them early. And then over time, they begin to understand that. So now they start avoiding dumb stuff and dumb choices and stuff like that, because they don't like that. They don't like that feeling of humiliation, especially when it was them that caused the humiliation. They did it themselves. No one else did it. A doctor and a bodybuilder, she's doing great. Where it's like, yep, he's rich. Yeah. Women, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this, women are stupid. Like, a lot of women today, like, these modern women are stupid when it comes to that. You're in college. That's the best time to find your man. Same thing as fellas. That's the best time to find your wife. If you're in college, that's the best time. Find your wife there. You're all there to accomplish the same goal. Find your wife there. And ladies, find your husband while you're there. Because when you go out in the real world, it's harder. And what do I mean by that? If you're in college right now, listen to me. You have the biggest advantage than most adults who aren't in school right now. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is, when you go to college, you're an adult, but you still have 4 years to still be a kid. Because all college is an adult version of high school. That's all it is. Because you're still in an environment with rules like school. And in college, all your resources are there. Your future business partners are there. Your future networking connections for future employment is there. And then last but not least, your future husband and wife is there. Everything is there already. Take advantage of it while those resources are already there in the vicinity. Because once you go out in the real world, you don't have those resources at your beck and call. Now you have to be an adult and you have to form those relationships on your own without anybody. So if you're an introvert and you're socially awkward and you never fixed that shit while you was in college, you never found your wife or your husband while you were in college because you was an introvert and you were socially awkward and you chose not to fix that or change that, and then you graduate and you spent 4 years not fixing that, and you go out in the real world, you on your own. You got nobody to push you to go out and make friends. Now you have to go out on your own and make friends, and those friends are not going to come to you. Now you have to work a job, be in this environment, and there's no teachers, there's none of that anymore. Now you in the real world, and now those resources not there anymore, because college is the training wheels for real life. It's the training wheels for real life. It's to prepare you for the real world. So if you're in college right now, you should be looking for your wife, and if I have female viewers here, you should be looking for your husband right now, because once you get out in that real world, it's gonna be fucking rough out there. And if you're socially awkward and you're scared to make friends, you're timid, and you gotta cut that shit out, because if you don't fix that now, you in trouble once you get out of college. You in trouble, because guess what? Since you haven't fixed it, you're never going to fix it when you go outside. And guess what? Your whole life is going to be the internet. You're never going to form connections with people. The only connection you ever going to form is the internet. You're never going to go out there and find your future woman. Or if you're a woman watching this, you're going to never find your future husband or your future man, because you did none of that. You changed none of that. When you're in college, your college is, you're not supposed to walk out of college the same person. You're supposed to walk out of college as a totally different person. If you walked into college and end up walking out and being a completely same person, you failed. You supposed to have some character development. Let's go to Dragon Ball Z for a second. When Dr. Gero and that fat fucking android was attacking the city, and Goku and them all showed up, and then the heart attack, Goku had the heart attack and started kicking in, and then Vegeta showed up, right? What did Vegeta say to Dr. Gero and that fat fucking android? Dr. Gero said, "I got all your secrets. I know everything all about you and all this other type of stuff." And what did Vegeta say? He said, "Okay, what about the battles on Namek?" And he said, "Oh, I ain't need all that and shit like that." And he said to the fat fucking android, he said to the androids, like, "Yo, that was the biggest fucking mistake you did." Because Goku and Vegeta was one way in the Saiyan saga, but when they stepped into that Namek saga and then stepped out of the Namek saga, they was totally different motherfuckers when they stepped out of Namek. Or what the hood would say, M Block. They went to M Block and came out of M Block. Totally different niggas. Vegeta and Goku came out as totally different niggas when they came out, because that was character development. That's character growth. So treat your college like Planet Namek. Treat your high school like the Saiyan saga, but treat your college like the Namek saga. You're supposed to go to Namek and fight the Ginyu Force. You're supposed to go there and fight Frieza, and you're supposed to come out as a Super Saiyan by the end of it. So if you went to college and then left college the same person, you failed. And you can't blame nobody but yourself. You can't blame why you don't have a partner in your life. You can't blame why you don't have any friends in your life. You can't blame anything, because you did nothing to change yourself while you was in college. You did nothing to upgrade and improve your outcomes while you was there. You done nothing. You sat around and didn't do shit. You know the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing, expecting a different result. You went to college doing the same thing, but then get out of college expecting something different to happen. That's insanity. That's fucking insanity. So I want you guys to take away this lesson. If you're in college right now, take advantage of the resources that's there. Because while you're in college, there might be a programmer that can program for video games. There may be an artist up there. That's the point of college. You got artists, you got film directors, your partners are there. Your business partners are there. They're already there in college. That's the point. That is the fucking point. So if you are in college, you're trying to start a manga or start start a comic book, or start a video game. Start looking for motherfuckers while you up there. You're there. The resources are there. Don't wait until you graduate out of college and say, oh, yeah, I'm going to start a game. When you could have been in college, start putting that shit together now. The people, your partners are there. They are there. You got to start searching. Join extracurricular programs in college. They got anime club. You don't know what the fuck you'll find. They may have, I know my college had an anime club. There was all kind of anime folks up there. They had video game clubs. They had writing clubs for creative writers and stuff. The resources are there. Once you graduate, it's no longer there. You don't have it no more. So I'm telling you, guys, like I said, I'll be 40 next year. I'm talking as a man with experience. Listen to me. You have so much, especially as a man, a young man, you got so much ahead of you and don't realize it. I said this in my previous stream talking with LG. A lot of the people walk around thinking they got the most fucked up life. But I want you to also know that thank God for the life that you have, because there's always someone out there that has it much worse than you. There's someone out there that has it much more worse than you in life. So you need to thank God for the position that you're in, because you're more privileged than the next person. So take that privilege that you do have and use it to your advantage. I know it's hard. I know it's rough. I know a lot of those things, some things are out of your control. But take control over the things that you do have control over in your life. So yes, if you are in college, transform yourself. If you haven't, if you graduated and you're still the same person, you failed. And you can't blame nobody but yourself, because you didn't even try. You didn't want to try. You didn't even try. You didn't bother to try. And then you can't get mad at life. And that's where that's where legitimate incels start to form. I'm talking about legitimate incels. And I'm talking about men and women. Men and women can be incels. That's where legitimate incels start to form. These are certain individuals who didn't decide to change anything about themselves, but blame the world for everything. They blame men, they blame women, they blame society, they blame black people, they blame white people, they blame immigrants, they blame gay people, they blame everybody. But not once do they blame themselves for the choices that they made or the changes that they didn't want to make, because they want to stay the same, because they didn't want to try. They didn't want to become anything. So they sit there all day, sit on the computer and do nothing with themselves, but bitch, complain, and don't want to solve anything. And they want angry at the world, but yet haven't tried. Angry why you can't get a girl, or angry why you can't get a boyfriend. But you turn around, you turn around and you look at yourself, you a fat fuck. You ain't even bother to go to the gym, but you want a girl to be a 10 out of 10. You want a Japanese waifu. You want a boyfriend, but you don't want to change your fucking attitude. You don't want to cooperate. You don't want to compromise with a man or your male partner. It's either your way or no way. You get what I'm saying? You ain't trying to do anything to change yourself, but you want to bitch and complain about the world, about everything around you. That's the worst type of person to be. Those are incels. People who refuse to change and change anything or any of their circumstances, but bitch and complain. And then you start asking them questions and you realize, like, damn, you are a fucking loser. You ain't trying to do shit. You know? But yeah. Sorry for that. Sorry for the rant. But as long as you on this stream, you're going to get some lessons here. You want to get it from me, and hopefully you guys learn something from it and stuff like that. I guarantee Faith has a twin brother. Lanny is just doubling down on that. Can't wait to see your ideas. Faith. Oh, let's go back to Faith Tanaka. Let's go back to her. Let's see. Where we was it this? No, it wasn't that. What was? Oh. Yeah. So, Faith Tanaka, very tanky or gun heavy user. All right. She's an Omni soldier. She's an enhanced soldier. So is our team are enhanced as well, and you'll find out what an Omni soldier is in her book. And also what the Omni experiment does too, it also brings out the best feature or characteristics of them or their innate abilities that's within them and who they are as a person. Growing up as a child, she was a gymnast. So she's very acrobatic and stuff. She uses guns. She uses guns. Because like I said, she's still a soldier and stuff like that. Very acrobatic, good with hand to hand. She uses weapons and stuff. She's not gifted. The team that they have is not gifted at all. But they're pretty much peak human strength and stuff like that, or above a peak human in a sense or whatever. But they do have abilities, and you'll find out what those abilities are. Because they are in fact the Omni soldiers, they're enhanced soldiers and stuff. But you'll see when you see the team, you'll be able to pick out who's who, like as far as like their class in a sense and their team dynamic when you see the rest of her team. He said, "I'm gonna start. It goes into where should I start? It depends, man. Like if you want if you want to get into the series, then get the standalone complex. If you want to see what made Ghost in the Shell popular, then you can watch the 1995 film. I mean, everybody loves the 1995 film. I watched it growing up as a kid and stuff. I'm like, it's beautiful. I love the characters and stuff, but that shit was like, as far as the story and the concept is just out there. So when the way it ends, I'm like, what? My love for Ghost in the Shell wasn't the 1995. I watched 1995, loved it for what it was because I watched it as a kid and I was amazed and thrilled by it. But my love didn't kick in into Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, the animated series. And I got the box sets of both seasons. The second season is called Second Gig. Fell in love with the Major in Section 9. It said, I'm more to the rail cannon. Yo, what's up? CVS, what's going on? He's not wrong. College, great for networking. If you turn Super Saiyan, this will be making the video. Yeah, I if you guys want to clip it, you can clip it. I may clip it and make it into a video as well. So we'll say, bro, if you're in your 30s and looking for a capable wife, chill at the bus stop, libraries near college campus. Yeah, man. So get up off your ass. If it's a girlfriend you want, get up off your ass and put yourself out there. Join clubs, activities. They're there. The women, they're there. You just gotta go out there and work. They're not gonna just fucking fall in your lap. Some of y'all be thinking that women is just supposed to just fall in your lap, that you ain't supposed to work or do anything. Same thing with women too. But I know my audience is mostly men, so I still have to not like fill you with delusion. I have to also correct you as well. If you are a person who's a lazy fuck, you gotta unlazy fuck yourself. You know what I'm saying? And get out there and actually do something with your life and improve on your life, improve on your health, improve on anything that needs some improvement. Because there's a lot of you guys out there, and I talked to some of you guys personally that would contact me, and some people would be so frustrated at the world and stuff and talk about certain things or have issues with certain women and stuff, and then you know, you would talk, some of you would talk to me on the live cam, or you would have a YouTube channel or some videos of yourself, and then even when I look at you, I'm like, of course no fucking woman's gonna fuck with you. Look at you. You're not even attempting to change yourself. Not your appearance. Your hygiene is fucking horrible. Everything up there, like nothing. You're not even put together. But you feel entitled you feel entitled to a woman and other things in your life. But you ain't even doing nothing to fix yourself. So as a big brother, or however you see me, I have to give you tough love and teach and tell you certain things that other people's not going to tell you. Because I tell you because I tell you because I want to see you succeed. I tell you because I care. I tell you because I don't want you to go down that rabbit hole of depression and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So you have to pick yourself up and you have to work. You like I said, if you watch my YouTube video on my V's Orion Comics channel about your starting your own projects and stuff like that, and being and becoming from a dreamer to a creator, even in your own life, faith without works is dead. You can want everything, you can have the faith in the world to want something, but what's the point of having faith if you're not working towards it? You gotta, in life, as long as we're human beings and we live in this shell that we're in, God said we will have to work to the sweat of our brows. We have to work. This is how it is being a human. You got to work towards everything. You can't look at the 1%. You can't look at the people who just got it easy. That's the 1%. That's not how the real world works. They just the exception to the rule. But you have to work. You have to work towards it. I went to college and one of my former classmates hired me to be art director. Yeah, see? Future Mills are buying coffee every day at local coffee shops. So, yup, people out there that had an accident that messed up their lives, now they can't walk, see anymore. That's their life now. So it's best to be grateful if you're fully able. Exactly. So I made friends. Cool. He said exactly. And that is the thing. The internet is making worse. Yeah, it does. The internet makes a lot of worse. So your election, you said your your election is I can. My father talking to me. Faith with a predator gun would be sick. So nah, man, the ranting lessons is one of the best parts of it. People need to hear that kind of talk. Yeah, man, like because a lot of you guys, a lot of people out there don't get that talk, and I think a lot of us as men, especially men, we need that talk. We need that talk, so we can do the best things that we can do. Because at the end of the day, as men, we have to bring things to the table to society in general. We the ones that keep society afloat. You know what I'm saying? We the ones that's trying to build families and build future generations and stuff like that as men. You know, so a lot of us need that type of talk, and hopefully that motivates you guys. So no, man, Rain listens. He said, "Do any of your universes have isekai elements?" I guess you could say Siona's an isekai because the first chapter only takes place on Dai-Star. Once she joins the Celestial Convergence, because the planet is chosen to compete in the Celestial the Celestial Convergence by this deity named Faustus. And this deity, every 1,000 years, select planets at random and every planet needs to have a champion to represent their planet. That's why it's called Siona, the Dai-Star champion, because she's the champion of Dai-Star. She represents the people of the planet while she's competing at this Celestial Convergence, which is this universal tournament. And every 1,000 years, this tournament takes place on a planet arena. And this time, the planet arena for this Celestial Convergence is planet Earth. So it's a bunch of different champions from different parts of the universe. They're all going to get sent to planet Earth. So in a sense, you could say that Siona gets isekai'd onto planet Earth. And when she gets there, it's going to be cute too. It's going to be very cute of how she's going to be how she sees Earth and stuff like that, and how she interacts with the humans of the planet and stuff like that. And then when they get to Earth, they have to find an Earthling who what's known as a dunamis, someone they link with, they resonate with. Because when they get to planet Earth, the rules are you all start at level 1. All their power, every champion's powers are locked. In order to level up and unlock their powers, they have to link with the individual or the inhabitant of that planet arena, which this time is Earth. So they have to find an Earthling or a human or whatever like that, since they are the original inhabitants, and have to resonate with a human. And depending on who they resonate with, also unlocks a special ability with those two people or whatever like that. So that also affects their stats and depending on who they are as individuals and stuff. And her dunamis, who she ends up meeting, is a young boy named Ethan, which is going to be fun. This 15-year-old boy. And Sienna is gonna link with him. Once she links with him, then she's able to gain experience and level up and be able to unlock her abilities that's locked away and stuff like that. So it's a battle royale of champions scattered all over the place. So in a sense, I guess you would say that Siona is like an isekai in a sense. Or I guess you would say a reverse isekai, I guess. I love Standalone Complex. It's an episode of Standalone when one of the guys was shooting at him and didn't know which woman he screwed over. That's one of my characters. He's going to have Wu in this series, if I remember correctly. Barry. Esmond Gold can bag a baddie, and if he can, anyone can. Oh, yeah, because money talks. Money talks. And don't be a slave to a toxic relationship either because it holds you back. Exactly. That's why I had to let my baby mom go. Yeah, yes, these young women are secretly desperate and can't shave and handle your hygiene, and they'll be throwing themselves at you. Yeah, man. Like, you don't understand. When you talk to a woman, she's paying attention to your hygiene. You don't know how many times I heard women say that, oh, man, he was cute, but, man, his teeth, or, man, his breath, or his neck had, it had dirt underneath it. Like, or she's looking at your fingernails. Women look. So sometimes it could be a chick that like you, and if your hygiene is bad, she won't let you know that your hygiene is bad. And you could fuck it up for yourself. That's why you make sure your nails are clean, make sure your ears are clean, make sure underneath your neck don't have dirt and sweat under it and stuff. Make sure your armpits is groomed and well and stuff like that. Make sure your crouch area is clean and smell well. Because you will never know, you could get surprised and having a surprise encounter with a woman, a consensual encounter with a woman, and you will never know. Sometimes it happens randomly, and you better pray to God that your hygiene's up to specs. Oh yeah. Hold on. I got you. My bad. My bad. I meant to do that. Hold up. I got you. There we go. Got a girl, Siona El Tresha. Oh man, I can't wait because I won't spoil anything else. But I can't wait till you meet her older brother, Zayden El Tresha. She loves her big brother. And now, remind you, Siona is 6'2". Her brother stands around like 6'4", 6'5"-ish. Her dad is like 6'6". Her mom is like 5. I would say her mom is like 5, maybe like 5'7", 5'8". But yeah, she loves her big brother. She looks up to her big brother. He's part of the Celestial Vanguards of Veldaria. That's where the Gaveshians. She's a Gaveshian. That's their capital. That's their nation where Gaveshians live. But she loves her big brother. And as I said before, she's a mixed Gaveshian. So she's half Pugna and half Kanju. So she's half, like, Pugnas are like the warrior side, the warrior clan of the Gaveshians, and the Kanjus are more like the magicians, like the magic and stuff side of and then the third clan is the Edu. They more of the educated, the super intelligent, I get, or the scientists and stuff like that. The Edus. But yeah, so you have the Pugnas, the Edus, and the Kanjus, and she's a mix. So I guess I would say the racist term for them, they call the ones that are mixed crossborns. Now the thing is about Gaveshians, they discourage mixing because those the mixed ones they can't tap into their the full power of their source gem on their forehead. You can't see the source gem because she has the face guard over top of it. But every Gaveshi has a source gem, and every Gaveshian, because a Pugna got the red force gem or source gem on their forehead. The Kanju has the blue, and the Edu has the green. And each clan can tap into their source gem. It amplifies their abilities, their wave arts and stuff like that. In this case, they got Rai arts and Fey arts. Rai is RIE and Fey FEA. Fey FAE, Fey arts. So Crossborns can't tap fully into their Pugna, or they can't tap fully into their Kanju capabilities and stuff. So that's why it's highly and there's a reason why this whole clan thing is made in the first place, for something else, for another system. So it's important. So it's not like they hate Crossborns, but it doesn't. The system itself needs full capability. I'm trying to talk carefully without spoiling shit, but I can't go any farther than that. But she's a Crossborn, and that's something that she's highly self-conscious about. And I think that's what's going to surprise you about Siona, because Siona, you see the confidence that she has by her images, but there's so many layers to her character, which I can't wait. You see a side of her when she sees her big brother, and you see a side of her when it comes to her being a Crossborn and stuff like that. In chapter 1, you're going to see her in different outfits. This outfit's the champion outfit. She won't be wearing this at first. She won't be wearing this outfit at first. So you'll be able to see her in these different outfits and stuff. And you can trust me, you're going to love these outfits that you'll see her in and stuff like that. But there's layers to her character, and oh man, I loved every bit of it, man. Man, by the time I got finished it and I read it at the end, I literally had tears in my eyes because of what happens by the end of the chapter. And you actually feel the insecurities, and you feel the struggle that she has. And how she earns what she earns is just, oh man, it's crazy. And how it ends, and when you like, damn, when chapter 2 happens, you start to say to yourself, like, how can she focus after what just happened in chapter 1, and now that she's in this tournament, how is she able to focus, after what she just experienced and stuff like that. So yeah, man, I can't wait till you actually get a chance to see her family, see the people that she knows in Veltheria, see the other races from the other nations, the other 6 nations. Oh man, it's gonna be cool, man. Technically, it's just because it just means otherworld selection convergence needs a fighting game. Can't wait to see Big Brother interaction on VK. Oh yeah. I think that's what people. That's where I think what people's gonna like. Like, I can't wait to see the brothers together. Because on chapter 2, you're going to see mostly only the Caleb and Isaiah together. Because if you read chapter 1, you know why that Hezekiah is not with his brothers. If you read chapter 1, so I think that's what people's going to get excited about, to see how they function together as a trio, and then see what it's like to see the brothers actually function with Varian himself. So every chapter, you're gonna get a piece of everybody and everything, and I think that's I can't wait for you guys to be able to explore that, and I can't wait to explore who's the villains. Because you already know Alan Fleck is one of them, but no, like there's other villains. So I can't wait till you actually see who the villains are in this arc. Oh, what's up, Red Brave? Yeah. You kind of late. It's 4 hours. Damn, it's 10:28. I didn't know it's this late. You said you were inspired by a harem series for this one. Oh, you talking about Siona? No. I wasn't inspired by a harem series. No, I said Siona was a character model, was inspired by one of my 3D hentai beauty characters, and I built Siona off of that. But no, I said I want to do a slice of life series, which I wanted to do. It reverses as epic. Can't wait to check out Siona series. Yeah. Facts. Your idea kind of sounds like Zatch Bell, but an older woman and young boy. You know what? You know what? I still haven't watched Zatch Bell. I still haven't watched that. I remember Poetic Justice with Janet. Janet was a cloning pot about his dirty fingernails. Man, when someone cosplays Siona, they'll be careful. Accidents in San Diego. He said, "Nah, bro." He said, "Briggs with the G cup." Oh, I'll bring up some Briggs. I know, like I'm loving the fact that you guys got some favorites. I really appreciate that you guys got some favorites up in here. I really do. I really like that. So let me go bring up. We'll bring that up. I know you guys got some favorites. Dr. Yolanda Briggs. Yeah, she's, and like I said, I got some fan service pictures of her, but that's going to be for the campaign. And then once the campaign is done, it will be uploaded on the Patreon. But I do got some fan service of her. Yeah. Yeah, so I do for a fact have some fan service. First, let me bring this up. Dr. Yolanda Briggs. Yeah, man. She just my Chabibit, man. Woo! Like, she did a good job with her. And like I said, you want to go on my Patreon when I do get to Yolanda Briggs in the Patreon, you'll see what she originally looked like. And you like this. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did make her look like this. And when I say it's a radical, complete 180 with her first design, it's a complete 180. And you like, God damn. Like one, you will see Chabibit evolve as an artist, and two, you will say, damn, I'm glad Mugen Lord did change that shit. For Yolanda Briggs. But yeah. I was so happy when I did reveal her, like, to my audience, because man, the love that you guys showed for her was outstanding, man. I really appreciate that. I really do. And I know, some people do, care about representation and stuff like that. There's something for you. Well, like that. I didn't do that in mind. That's just something that Yolanda Briggs was an influence. The name Yolanda came from this black female gospel singer back in the 90s named Yolanda Adams. And my mom has all her albums and her records as well. So Yolanda, I know most black women. I know a lot of Yolandas that are black. I don't know any other race of woman that has the name Yolanda. All I know is black women who are named Yolanda. So Yolanda Adams is a gospel singer, and my mom is a big fan of hers. So I think Yolanda is a beautiful name. Not just beautiful. I think Yolanda is a sexy name. So I like that name. So I wanted to use that name. And so when I thought of it, I said, man, I want a character named Yolanda. I want a female character named Yolanda. So when I had Yolanda as the name, the first thing that came to my mind is it has to be a black woman, because that's all I know. I don't know any other woman that's non-black that's named Yolanda. But I always wanted a character named Yolanda. So I said she has to be a black woman, because all I know is black women to have that name, Yolanda. So yeah, Yolanda Briggs, man, she did a good job. And let me bring up another Yolanda picture up here for you guys. So you better see up close. Oops, no. Do, do, do. March. Oh, I messed that up again. Grabbed the wrong thing again. Can you get me out of the folder? There you go. Now I'll click that. All right, here we go. And then pull this up. Yeah, Yolanda Briggs. Yeah, so yeah, man, she's that's mommy right there. That's what we want. He said, please do a Blade cameo. He said niggas want a minute, but that's what we want. Yeah, man. Yolanda Briggs, man. She's like craftsmanship. Like Chabibi did a good job. Let me bring this up. Chabibi did a good job. Oh shit. I forgot all about these. Man, so many characters to reveal. I can't wait to show off to you guys that you guys can't even see yet. God damn it! I'm glad it didn't pop up on the screen. And you would have saw all these characters. But here we go. Will there be references through the costumes? So will Caleb fall in love? Why? No. I ain't gonna split like you. I thought it would be obvious who would fall in love with Siona. All the characters you know so far, who do you think would be the most obvious person that would connect with Siona or would find their way or be a pair, be a power couple? Well, it reminds me of my two races and race mixing beast skins and humans in my world. Hate interbreeding with each other because of genetics. So, bruh, I want a signed copy of mine in case I need to sell when I get older because this is about to blow up. Oh, I appreciate it. She is T as fuck. Yeah, man. I love me some Siona. I knew one with white Yolanda, but she did have black kids. But apparently Rishi is a blacker name. All right, right. Think has a sexy name. It reminds me of my aunt. To me, it just sounds old. Oh my god! So the name is Greek and Spanish origin. Violent flowers associated. Oh, cool! I didn't know that. That's good to know. He said Blade versus Hezekiah. He said that's Bay. The character designs are really cool. What's your process when designing characters? My process with designing characters, man, is for me, like I said, I always go back to what inspires me, like in my personal life and everything. I always draw from that and then build from there. And like I said, things that I experienced in life, games that I've played, you know what I'm saying? People I've met in real life that I want that take on that persona for that character and stuff like that. So that's what helps me. And then what also helps is the world that I make. Like for me, like I said before, I build worlds first, and then I create characters within them. So the much more clearer the world is, the better and the easier it is for me to come up with characters. Now I can come up with some like I can come up with some characters without building the world, but because I build the world, now I know how what kind of characters can come out of these worlds. When you pay for the book, do you get it? Do you get an email when you pay for the book? Do you get an email? Yeah. When you buy the book, I'm using Wix. Every purchase I get through an email saying like, "Yo, like it has your email address. I got your phone number. I got your address." When you purchase, it goes straight to my Wix manager. So I got your email. That's how I'm able to ship to you. It gives me your email. Unless you don't provide an email or whatever like that, then I won't have your email. But if you provide an email when you do the purchases, like when you do your swipe your card and stuff like that, because you're paying with your card, so that Wix get all that information is sent to my manager. So I'll have your name, I have your address, I have all that stuff, your email, I have your phone number, I have it all, and it goes into the data. It goes into my manager, my database. So I'll have that stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh, no problem, no problem, no problem. And it's another one. Let me see. Oh yeah, let me go pull this up. And I can't wait to I can't wait till we get to I can't wait till we get the Sister Adeline in Varian Keller's Vampire Killers. And she's from the Church of Elohim. Can't wait till we get to that. Can't wait. You'll start seeing some of the nuns in chapter 2. But they're not the battle maidens. She's a battle maiden. But there's different classes of there's different classes of nuns. And some are proficient in certain ones. You, like I said, you got I can't spoil that. You'll see. But she's a different class within that. Sister Adeline. So I can't wait. So in VK chapter 1, you'll see a little bit of the battle nuns, but you'll mostly see the basic ones, the regular nuns and stuff like that. But when we start getting deeper into it, you'll start seeing the battle maidens and stuff like that. But the Church of Elohim is an important faction within my universe. You don't understand how important they are, and you'll see them in a lot of different series, and so you'll see a lot of you'll see Third Echelon appear or at least mentioned in different series. Oh man, I want to know too. When I would love that too. Like, you know what I'm saying? This stuff costs money, but yeah, like since I play RPGs, that's like my favorite genre. When I created my universe and my mechanics, they're like RPGs. So that's why when making video games, it's going to be easy to transition over this stuff to video games, especially RPGs and stuff like that. I never played any of the Hitmans. No, I just like nuns with guns. I make hentai. I make hentai. So I got nuns in latexes and stuff like that. I got a couple of them, and I made a couple of movies with nuns in latexes, putting some work in some of my 3D hentai stuff. So that's where my inspiration when it comes to like the designs and stuff like that. Not Hitman. Like I was never in it. I never played a Hitman game a day of my life. Like I said, like when it came to like aesthetics of characters, when I saw the first Hitman, you playing as a bald dude that looked like Charles Xavier, but with dual pistols. So I don't want to play this shit. The main character did not look appealing to me at all. Baldur's Gate. I need to, despite the whole bear thing, I still want to play Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know when I'll ever get to it. I don't know when I ever get to playing any type of video game. Well, I will be playing Marvel Tokon and some Grand Blue Fantasy Relink though. But yeah, so that's pretty much essentially it for the night, guys. I didn't know it was that late. It's about to hit 11 o'clock. I had no idea. I was 4 hours, and my goal was, I was like, yeah, I'm just going to do like an hour or so. Just do an hour, but you know, I love talking to you guys. I really do. And the fact is that Great Samaritan is finally done, chapter 1. Now that can be a comic at any moment. Now, all I gotta do is find an artist, and when I have the funds to do that, to greenlight it, I'll be able to do it and stuff like that. Like I said, these are the series and stuff. But like I said, if you guys are interested in wanting to support me, as I said before, I'll give you my link tree, because my link tree has all of my stuff that you can just go to and subscribe. I got a TikTok. I got it all. So so if you want to support, like I said, join my Patreon, buy some merch, buy my comic, buy those things. You don't understand how much how far that would go for me and stuff like that. And here's the link to my link tree. So you can just click on that link and then it'll take you there. But as I said before, the decision's in your hands as far as what you want to see next. Chapter 2 launches on Kickstarter for Variant Colors Vampire Killers the spring of next year, because we're working on the variant covers. Next month is we finish the final 6 pages of the book itself of chapter 2. Then we spend the remaining portion of this year to get all the variant covers done, and then we'll be ready for spring of 2027. The reason why I'm saying spring of 2027 is because trying to launch in January and February are like the worst months to do a campaign, is because people are just still recovering from the holiday spending and stuff like that. So those are the worst. They are the worst. Spending is at an all-time low, even when it comes to backing stuff around that time. So spring is where things pick up. So that's why I'm waiting. And plus it gives me more time to build up advertisement, marketing, promotional artwork and stuff like that, and show off some more Siona stuff. I want to work on some more Siona stuff. I want to work on some more Great Samaritan stuff, show some more Faith Tanaka stuff as well, and everything. So that's the whole point of it. So if you want to see that stuff, as far as the comics are concerned, like I'm gonna say it once again, like definitely check that out, man. Like you don't understand how much that will help me. Like we still have in VK, we still have these guys that haven't showed, that you haven't met yet in VK. You still have these guys, and I can't spoil who they are, but the people who've been watching me and following me, and stuff. He said, does it depend on VK2 ending on the vote? Well, VK, like when VK2 gets finished, because I said I won't make that decision yet until VK2, like the book itself is complete, is in my hand. Then I'll ask people what would they want to see next. Would they want to see? Do you want VK to go straight into chapter 3 as the next campaign, or do you want Ultra Squad X chapter 1? Now, the reason why I haven't said anything about Siona or the Great Samaritan, because I need to find an artist for that. Now, if Jada Concept happens to say, yo, I don't mind, I'd love to do Siona, then I will throw Siona in the mix or whatever like that. If I happen to find somebody for the Great Samaritan, a potential artist for Great Samaritan during that time when I start asking for votes, then I will throw the Great Samaritan in there. But for now, it's because the reason why I'm bringing Ultra Squad X, because Shabibit, my main artist, she's the artist for both, for as far as books are concerned, because she's the main artist for all the artwork in general. But as far as comics are concerned, she's the artist for VK and Ultra Squad X. So the reason why I'm throwing Ultra Squad X in there is because that's something that we can jump on right away after chapter 2 is complete of VK. Like, done. I got the book in my hand and stuff like that. Because I don't want to jump on to chapter 3 and you guys say, hey, no, let's do, I want to see chapter 1 of Ultra Squad X and stuff like that. Because like I said, chapter 3 script of VK is done. So after the book is like in my hand of chapter 2, ready for spring, me and Chabibi can jump on chapter 3 and start drawing that up right away. So we can hopefully have a campaign for chapter 3 next year, right after, like sometime in the fall of next year or whatever, or summer of next year or something of chapter 3 or VK after you guys get chapter 2 in the spring, depending on how fast and how lucrative this becomes and stuff like that. So that depends. But if you guys turn around and say, no, give us Ultra Squad X, then we'll just hop on Ultra Squad X. But you want to wait a little bit as far as the campaigns, because that shit is almost 60 pages and it's still coming out my damn pocket. So yeah. Thanks for everything, brothers. Yeah, so yeah, man, it says Sister Aliens, like a Blaze Blue character, sick design. Yeah, so yeah, man. So I hope you guys enjoyed this stream and everything. I got another video coming up for the channel, of course. Like I said, if you guys don't know my uploads, on my Venus and Ryan comment channel, at least in like all my channels now, because I'm doing everything. So I try to I do one video a week. Now for my Venus and Ryan comment channel, I like to up it up a bit, try to increase the amount of videos I do a week. But I'm gonna have to wait and see, because like I said, I'm in the middle of writing scripts, because now I'm doing the 8th Omni District. That's another reason why I'm only doing one video a week, is because I'm working on scripts. I'm actually getting scripts done for other series, so they all just lined up and ready to go. So I can just find an artist and we can just go to work, like with the if the funds are there, of course. But we can just go to work. on stuff. So that depends on everything. But like I said, if you want to help, all you gotta do is just go to the link tree and you support those platforms and everything. So I hope you guys have a good night. And of course, I'll be seeing you game fiends later. Peace out.